Hi there, good morning. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series on Wednesday, which of course is the decisive day in Group A. And this particular Group A has been one of the closest and most competitive that we have ever seen. It's going to be a real thrilling finale. And before we get into previewing today, here's a reminder of what happened yesterday. Mike Huntley finally got a victory under his belt after a tough start to the week. He, though, is the only player not in contention to win Group A. Lexa picked up a hat-trick of wins yesterday. It will be a big ask for him to climb to the summit. He has 10 points, along with David Cameron, who only picked up one win yesterday and dropped from top to 4th in the table. 2 points ahead of him and 2 points off top spot are two players, Bradley Roose, who won his first 4 fixtures on a brilliant second day. And the Super Series 5 champion Jim McEwan, fresh from winning a WDF ranking title at the weekend. Can Chucky clinch a return to finals night? Or will it be John Michael? The Greek great is a league leader and has a 2-point advantage ahead of what is set to be a grandstand finish. Yeah, it should indeed be a grandstand finish. Matthew, what a group we've had so far. Yesterday didn't quite get the group that we expected. We thought it would be maybe a 50-50 split, but we've got 5 players going for the title.
The clues in the numbers as well in regards to where that's come from. Day one, group average 82, it went up to 84 yesterday, which means we broke that 83 boundary. So we've gone from a group averaging 7 visits to a group averaging 6. Now the reason for that is the players at the top 3 on day one, they was up in that 6 visits, but the bottom 3 was down in the 7. 2 of those players now, in Bradley Roose and Lexa, have been promoted into the 6 visits, and no surprise to see Huntley stuck at the bottom because he's the only player now averaging that 7 visits.
Yeah, just one win for Michael Huntley. Let's take a look at the table as we go into this crucial final day of the group. And Huntley, yeah, he's got a couple of points. He's out of contention, but the rest of them are all involved. Lexa and Cameron on 10 points. They're 4 adrift, so maybe they're going to need bigger days than the 3 ahead of them.
A lot of it's going to come down to their head-to-head as well. One of them is going to be sort of out of it, the loser of that game. So they might need a few favours along the way, but I think there's going to be plenty of twists and turns. I don't see there being a front runner here. Maybe Jim McEwan could come through this sort of environment and sort of find his best starts, but he's been a long way from that so far.
Yeah, certainly has. Haven't really seen that consistency. We did speak about him earlier in the week, and we're going to speak to him in a moment as well, Jim. Didn't have any sleep on Sunday night, playing here on Monday morning. He'd really benefit from winning this group, winning and getting 2 days off.
I'm going to go bold here. He's our favourite to win the group. He's the favourite to win the week. I think if he doesn't win this group today, I don't think he wins the week. I think he needs those days off. He's had a very, very busy time of things. He's playing catch up. He probably doesn't feel great. So if he can get through this without playing his best starts, I think that's going to suit him. And then the 2 days off, he's going to come back Saturday. We then see the best Jim McEwan. I think if he's got a Group C or B campaign, I think there could be problems.
Right, it's going to be a close run thing. Let's see how the bookies have separated the players in terms of trying to win this group and get that place at finals night. And they are sticking with Jim McEwan. Joint favourite with John Michael, despite the fact that Michael is 2 points ahead. Bradley Roose in at 3-1, David Cameron at 5s, Lexa at 8s. Do you think there is any value there?
I'm surprised with John Michael, actually. We said he was the value play yesterday at 7-2, and he's still 9-4. He's got a win in the bank across the rest of the field. If he starts well, he could keep that gap, and it's in his hands. He's the player to stop and he's the player to beat right now. And I'm surprised to see it 9-4, so maybe there's incredible value there.
Let's see if there's any value in today's bet builder. This is what the punters have been going for, put together in a treble that pays just over 9-1. They've gone for Bradley Roose to beat David Cameron. That's reflected in the outright odds as well. They've gone for a first leg checkout of under 40.5 in the match between Lexa and Huntley, just trying to find some value to build the bet, I think, there. And then at least 3 180s in the meeting between McEwan and Cameron. Your thoughts?
I don't think that's coming in. I'm not a fan of that one. I don't like the 180s over 2.5. I'm never a big fan of that one. I think, yes, David Cameron didn't have a great day yesterday, but it's a brave call to to go against him. He's the sort of player that can. I wouldn't be comfortable with or against right now. I think there's plenty of other value out there. I'm surprised they're our top three.
If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+, begambleaware.org for all the information on safer gambling. Well, nobody's safe in this group. You say John Michael's a value. You say Jim McEwan needs to win the group if he's going to return to Champions Week and try and get his series title back, having lost it in the last series. But who else do you think could emerge? Who's the type of player that could just have one of those days, maybe win all 5, 4 out of 5 and nick it?
Well, David Cameron's tried and tested, isn't he? He's won the title before on TV, beating Phil Taylor in the final. He's top of the CDC Order of Merit as well. So he's got the quality, he's got the pedigree, he's got the CV. He could be a player that does so. But I'm really interested to see how Ivo Lexa starts today, because it's sort of been two completely contrasting days. You had the highest average on the first day and then the 3 lowest ones. Yesterday found a little bit more consistency, so sort of getting to grips with life here at the Super Series. We don't know how good he is because he doesn't go out on the tours, so it'll be really interesting to see how he handles a day like this.
And just quickly, they actually play each other in their first match, a second fixture today. So how big could that game be for those two players?
Well, the loser's out really, aren't they, of the race? Not mathematically, but it'll force the hand to the fact they can only get to 18 points when we see where John Michael is in the table at the moment and the likelihood that he's going to pick up games, especially when you've got a player at the bottom of the table just on 2 points. So I think the loser of this one could be gone. Right,
well, we're about to get the action underway. Who will win this 5-way fight? We're about to find out. Jim McEwan in action in the opening match. He takes on Michael Huntley, and Phil Bars spoke to Chucky a little earlier this morning.
Jim, here we are, final day of Group A, and this table couldn't be tighter. What's the atmosphere like in the practice room?
Same as it has been the rest of the all week. Sorry, it's been good for a good laugh. Someone was out last night, game of pool, and it's been really chilled.
You haven't been at your brilliant best so far, but you're still only 2 points off the summit, so you must have a lot of confidence that you've not been at your best and you're still in contention.
Oh, I'm so happy where I am in the table, considering I've played really bad all week. I really have not been happy due to a bit of tiredness and stuff like that. Yeah, but I'm happy enough.
When you break down the 2 days, Monday, was it just a case of getting as many points as you could considering the journey that you had and then building on it yesterday?
My goal was just to get through Monday. But it didn't matter how many points I had. I just wanted my bed. So.
The way it's going, 2 points, 1 win to get back to the top of the table. How are you approaching today?
Feeling a lot better this morning. I had a really good sleep last night. Still a bit tired yesterday, but yeah, confident again. I'll usually turn up on the last day.
You've seen many things here at the Super Series, but a group this close, there's going to be so many key contests today. Are you going to keep an eye on the ones that you're not involved in?
I'll keep an eye on them all. Obviously, when he's at the bottom, so when he's playing, we want him to win. We all do. Yeah, keep an eye on everything.
Jim, wish you all the very best ahead of play, mate. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
So let's get the action underway then. Jim McEwan, one of those 5 in the fight for finals night, taking on the only player that's not Michael Huntley, is 12 points adrift of John Michael at the top, having only picked up 1 victory so far in this group. You get the sense that all of the players that are playing Huntley will feel that they have to beat him. They can't afford that loss, but he did produce some better stuff towards the back end of yesterday, and certainly think he could play the role of spoiler today, Matthew Edgar.
Well, he's got the quality, hasn't he? Michael Huntley has not shown it yet this week, but he's certainly got that in the tank and in the locker. And, well, Jim McEwan's kind of got the ideal position here because he's playing the player bottom of the table. If he can get the points on the board, it'll give him that win. But then he can almost play coach and encourager then to Michael Huntley, because Huntley could act as a bit of a tag team partner for him, a bit of a friend.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
All the action will be called today by our referee, Jack Garwood, as we kick off. Jim McEwan on a very crucial day. He says he's a bit more well rested today, but he's already starting to find that little one. That was the problem for him
62.
yesterday.
59.
And again, in the one. It was holding his shoulder a little bit more on Monday, actually, but a few times yesterday.
81.
Just a sign that there might be something not quite right with him.
He looked very fidgety at times.
140.
Encouraging signs there for Michael Huntley just in the early stages that, you know, he's pretty much got nothing to play for today other than a bit of pride. Maybe can squeeze another place in the table, but he's 8 points
100.
cut adrift. That's 4 wins, provided that the players above him don't pick up the victories. Remember that the
83.
prize fund now at the Super Series is allocated on the position of which you finish in the table. So the higher you finish, the more pounds you make.
58.
Well, Jim McEwan says he's been well rested, but I think he might still be a little bit asleep there, because had he hit the treble 19, he would have left 162. He wouldn't even been on a finish.
59.
And Michael Huntley is first to a finish, albeit a big one.
$60. Mike, you require 160.
Won't take it out, but McEwan himself has only left a similar kind of shot where he needs 2 trebles to get a go at a double.
100. Jim,
This
you
would be
require
a
140.
A worrying start for McEwan if he were to lose this opening leg on the throw.
$34. Mike, you require
Jim McEwan
60.
alluded to it. The practice room will be all Michael Huntley fans, and there'll be Michael Huntley fans right now, hoping that he can take the points off McEwan, and McEwan can't start to reel in that
40.
top position.
Jim, you require 106.
But Michael Huntley has only found
66.
22 successful
require
darts at
20.
double so far this week. And he's had 84 attempts, not including this fixture. He's had to go right across to the
Getting shot on
left-hand
the
side
first
of the
leg,
hockey, and
Mike Huntley.
maybe he should throw from over there from more often, because that was a beautiful dart. Yes, the breaker throw from Jim McEwan, and
Second leg. it's
even
Mike
though
to
we're on
throw
the
first.
total opposite side of the
Gamer.
building from the practice room, I'm sure I just heard a roar about then. We might be about to hear the roar of Jack Garwood.
140.
Well, 4 of Huntley's matches yesterday actually finished 4-3, winning one of those. And including the match against Jim McEwan, he lost that one in a last leg decider. So he certainly was competitive.
40.
I think Jim McEwan's hit more ones than 20s, and that's not an exaggeration. I know once or twice in the past I've exaggerated things.
He just felt his shoulder again in the
85.
background. Worrying early signs, and it all feeds into the sort of analysis that Matthew gave at the top of the show when he said that maybe McEwan has to win this group to win this week. Because that is going to take its toll, isn't it, over 2 more
140.
taxing days, particularly considering that you could be 1 match from winning the group and being in Group C. It's that tight. You could be
100.
playing another 5 fixtures in the next couple of afternoons.
It's not ideal for McEwan at all. He does not want to be in that Group C. Group B would be not ideal, but Group C would be an absolute
97.
nightmare. He's in genuine danger here. Well, more than a bit of danger. He's in big
136.
trouble here, McEwan. Because he's playing the man at the moment, bottom of the table in Huntley, who's only picked up the 1 victory so far.
Yeah, and he's not playing well at all, McEwan. Has not had 1 visit where he
42.
scored more than 100.
Mike, you require 40.
Hasn't had his Quaker Oats this morning. Other brands are available.
30.
Well, there was very wayward, but he's got plenty of time. Completely outscoring Jim McEwan at the moment, who's just spraying darts around that board.
$69.
I'll ask you a question in the
Mike,
next
you
leg
require
about
10.
the potential injury and how that might be a cause of this
Game shot on a
difficulty
second
from
leg.
McEwan,
Mike
but it's
Huntley.
Michael Huntley who's eating McEwan's porridge at the moment. Two-leg lead
Third
for the
leg, it's
Welshman.
Jim to throw first.
But yeah,
Game on.
you called it right, spraying the darts left, right, and very, very rarely centre from Jim McEwan. But if he is feeling a little twinge in his shoulder, could that be a big cause of it, that he's just
100.
not able to completely complete the process of his throw?
100%. Because instead of at that release point pushing straight through on a line, you're sort of
100.
that slight bit. We're talking a game of very small margins. I know the board, when it comes through on the camera, looks very big, but it's actually much, much smaller than it would appear. And that's tiniest little bit where
125.
you're not able to fully extend, fully through, propel the dart. What you'll see with McEwan is he'll almost
100.
twist at that point. So the hand just rotating round. Something I like to call a Spider-Man.
$140.
But much better here, a much better thrown as well. You see sort of the fingers coming through and then on occasion down to the floor.
60. Jimmy require 136.
Well, he's not got any time. He's just got to find a way, force a way back into this match.
96.
Much better leg on a double after a dozen darts.
$57. Jimmy require 40.
Chasing it around the board.
Game shot on the third leg.
Gets there
Jim
on the double
McEwan.
five in the end, but sometimes when you see positive darts, you don't see a positive reaction,
Fourth
and that's what we're
leg,
getting
it's
from
Mike
Jim
to throw
McEwan.
first. Game
Even
on.
after 12 darts down to the double, he's just very fidgety, very discomfort at the back of the stage. Just won't stay still. He's looking around the room. He's pulling up the
123.
shirt. This is a heavily distracted man. He's not fully engaged with the battle right now. We know when Jim McEwan's on song, the only thing he ever sees is the dartboard.
140.
Managed to dig deep here and find something, hasn't he? It was all going wrong for Jim McEwan. We'll get a little look at... We're seeing Mike Huntley's throw now. We'll get a look at Jim
43.
McEwan, see if it is as expected or whether you notice anything different, Matt.
$23.
I'm going to have to look at that again, you know. There was quite a lot of lift in that, wasn't there? Often when you get a bit of lift, you'll tend to find, depending on the release point and the stance, you'll either go
55.
high five or you'll go one. You'll cut across the board in a diagonal line. Yeah, there's a lot of lift here from McEwan. Lifting the shoulder, where normally you'd get that sort of
100.
lift because he's popping at the elbow. Instead, the shoulder's coming up and doing the work. No surprise to see it going a little bit awry.
108.
And Huntley's been teasing that. He's been very close on a couple of occasions and finally lands his second maximum of the week. First maximum of the game.
58. Mike, you
Going the way
require
of Huntley.
100.
To set him up on this opportunity to put himself a leg away. This is good from Huntley. He's had
Game shot on the fourth leg.
2
Mike
days
Huntley.
of getting absolutely battered. But today, digging deep.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, we said he may be a spoiler. He doesn't really have any ambitions of, getting any higher than bottom place in the table. It's almost impossible for him to finish anywhere else. But to just try and get some confidence.
97.
What I hope doesn't happen to Mike Huntley is what I think happened to Kevin Painter on that double start week, where he had his best days at the wrong time. So he had a good
140.
Wednesday and a decent Thursday, but it was too late by Wednesday, and Thursday was too early. Couldn't complete the job on the Friday.
Well, until now, the best performance we've seen from Michael Huntley was on Monday, game number 4. He averaged
59.
83.53 in a 4-3 defeat. This, over the 90 mark at the moment for Michael Huntley. So a significant improvement on everything we've seen across his first 10 games.
140.
And there that is highlighted. The difference in the average, and that's probably where you'd
140.
expect the players to be, but the opposite way around.
Certainly on the evidence of what we've seen so far.
60.
Now, it'll be interesting because people would have wanted Huntley to have won this game in the back room, but when they just saw those stats, see Huntley not just sort of scraping his way to victory here, but actually doing so
45.
with good darts,
Mike,
maybe
you require
just going to show a little
161.
bit of concern. Maybe it's not going to be the easy win they thought.
130.
Well, that would have been all over.
Jim, you
Michael
require
Huntley has been all over Jim
160.
McEwan in this opening match of Wednesday morning. McEwan, remember, second place in the table. He is just 2 points behind the league leader, John Michael. Defeat here won't
45.
condemn him
Mike, you require 48.
to not winning this group, but the performance will worry Jim McEwan.
32.
Huntley took a while to
Jim, you require 150.
find a match-winning dart in this group. He missed several before finally doing it yesterday. But he's going to get another go right now.
$79. Mike, you require 16.
To get the job done. 3 darts, double 8.
Game
But he
shot
only
and
needs
the
the
match.
one.
Mike
It's been a
Huntley.
torrid 2 days for Michael Huntley. He's only won 1 game out of his 10 so far, but an underperforming Jim McEwan is the first player to suffer a setback today on this day when we had 5 players in the run-in to see who could top Group A. They'll be happy with a Michael Huntley win. A 4-1, best performance of the week so far from him, an average of 89.27. But our attention turns now to the other 4 players in the battle. Who's going to pick up the points when David Cameron takes on Ivo Lexa?
Well, already the first tungsten twist has occurred here on the final day of Group A, as Jim McEwan, a Series 5 champion, has been beaten by the basement boy, Michael Huntley, getting a victory in that previous match. That leaves McEwan on 12 points in second place in the table, and the pair on the oche now both have 10 points, so whoever wins this will join him. Will it be David Cameron, the Canadian 2022 World Seniors Master, or will it be a debutant this week at the Super Series, Ivo Lexa, who's impressed at times, very sort of in and out type of player, but could today be his day? Does have that explosive sort of style about him. It can suddenly pop for Ivo Lexa, and if he can battle past Excalibur here, then he certainly puts himself firmly in the mix.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Just checking the rules of darts with the referee before this one gets underway.
I like what you said at the start there, Murph, when you said the first tungsten
95.
twist. Reminds me of that song, Let's Twist Again, because I think that's how it's going to be throughout today. Lots of twists and turns.
59.
Yeah, well, the twist caused Jim McEwan to stick on 12 points, but actually did misspeak there. Because he lost it by such a margin, he's dropped to third in the table. Bradley Roose now occupies second spot. He's going to take on
100.
John Michael, who's in first in the next match. I think we're going to see lots of swapping places between now and the end of this
40.
session.
Before we get too into the meat of this game, I've just noticed something for the first time. We've been watching him for 2 days. Just on the sort of chest of Ivo
100.
Lexma's shirt, I was just spotted out. First of all, I thought it was a couple of Easter eggs, because I thought maybe he's getting into the spirit of things. Then I thought it was some maracas. It's actually darts, isn't it?
24.
Yeah, but there's only 2 of them, which I can understand the confusion. Maybe that's why he was checking the rules before. Spot the missing dart. You said Easter egg. It's actually a dart hunt, this, isn't it?
58. David, you require
And there it is.
146.
You're not getting any chocolate for it, though, Murph.
$138.
Yeah, don't need it. Now, David Cameron making light work of the first leg. Ivo Lexa has not exploded.
140. David, you require 8. Game shot on the first leg. David Cameron.
Good start there for David Cameron, trying to recover from his torrid day yesterday. He started off his campaign extremely well on
Second
Monday.
leg, it's Ivo to
Won
throw first.
4 out of
Game
5
on.
fixtures. But then yesterday, lost 4 out of 5.
54.
The complete flip around. Instead of losing one, he only won 1. Went from top in the table down to a Group C position.
Yeah, his fixtures
100.
are interesting today as well. If he can get past Lexa here, that'll put him level on points with Michael. If potentially, sorry, that'll put him 2 points
100.
behind Michael. But then he plays Huntley in his next game, the man at the bottom. If he beats him, then he does get to 14.
Well, on the evidence of what we saw in that opening game from Michael
100.
Huntley, that might not be sort of the easy 2 points. It might not be the buy that sort of we expected at the start of the day based on the
134.
first couple of days' play. Huntley bringing his best performance by a significant margin.
$76. $99. $140. Ivo, you require 114.
was looking for the treble 18
92.
there. So
David, you
didn't
require
get a go
85.
at a double, and if he does get a go at a double, it'll be double 11 after that decision with his last start. Cameron has a go at the bull, but can't find it.
52. Evo, you require 22. $11. David, you require 33.
Well, he opted to leave it. He could not hit it. And now David Cameron has 2 darts at double 16 to get a 2-leg head start in this match.
1.
But he fails to hit as well.
Evo, you require 11.
Oh, double 1. That
Game shot
was
on a
not the
second leg.
intention, but
Evo
he's
Lexma.
executed it. And Lexma levels.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Cameron confused. Lexma level.
60.
Following this, a battle between the current top 2, Bradley Roose and John
99.
Michael, the league leader.
$60.
Sort of a
$40.
strange fixture really for both, because it'll feel like a final in the sense of if you lose it, you're sort of out of the running, or it's going to be a pretty much
60.
mission impossible task. But if you win it, you've still not won. So it's got that sort of final vibe, but without the reward, just the jeopardy.
96.
We talked about Cameron's fixtures just before. Lexma takes on Bradley Roose in his second game, Jim McEwan in his third, and then meets Mike Huntley in his fourth.
140.
His last game of the day is against John Michael. So he wants to keep himself in contention for as long as possible, because it's possible that that could end up
97.
being a winner-takes-all match at the end of the day if it goes that way. Bit of a mistake there from Evo, though, not leaving a finish.
81.
There's been a bit of that in this group, hasn't there? Some players that kind of don't think until they've got 1 dart left, and often it can be too late.
97. David, you require 100.
Yeah, the game is evolving in a way that that sort of counting stage is coming a lot sooner now, certainly for the top-end players, which,
60.
you know, could
Evo,
be the
you
little
require
gaps and
72.
differences between the levels. But this could be a gap, it could be a break.
56. David, you require 40.
Double top to stop that happening.
Game shot on a
Cameron
third leg. David
claims the leg.
Cameron.
2-1 lead for the Canadian.
Fourth leg, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
It was a difficult day for David, as you alluded to. Only victory came against Mike Huntley
134.
after such a strong start on Monday, where he only lost 1 match.
45. $180.
First 180 of the game goes the way of Evo Lexma, and that is his 10th maximum of the week so far.
100.
Always reliable to pop in a biggie.
Yeah, this one gives him
59.
complete control of this leg. Often he's done it when he's seemingly been out of a leg. Finds a way back in.
100. Evo,
And
you
with
require
Cameron not on a finish,
128.
no need to... Well, I was going to say no need to go the 18s route. I think he still did.
40. $140. Evo, you require 88. 81. David, you require 116.
Well, he did have control of the leg, but now he's got to rely on Cameron not cleaning up 116, which he might. On double 18.
Shot on the 4 flag, David Cameron.
3-1 lead, that's a very, very good finish, and those could be the key moments today. Chance
Fifth
like that
flag,
where
it's
one
David
player
to throw
misses,
first.
their
Game
opponent puts in a 3-figure finish, and in doing so, takes control of the contest.
Well, for Evo, he's
140.
in a position where he could actually have been 3-1 up himself. He was first to the double on the end of the 72 combination and came inside on the
100.
16s, and now another missed opportunity. As a player, you don't expect to take everything, but he'll probably feel this could be 2-all. Instead, now he's got to find 2 breaks to throw off of David Cameron, who doesn't seem to be offering too many opportunities right now.
140. $28.
These are the chances that you've got to jump
60.
in and take if you're Lexmar in this position.
$100.
Well, he has left to finish there, David Cameron, but again, there was a little bit of short-sightedness. Had he
58.
hit a
David,
single,
you require
he wouldn't have been on a
133.
checkout.
It could go. Treble 19.
93. Evo, you require
Sure, I'd be happy enough with that. Setting up tops. Well, he nearly had a bit of a
87.
heart-raising moment.
David, you require
Yeah,
40.
both players threatening the big checkout with the first dart. The first dart missed at double for David Cameron as he looks to wrap up a win.
20.
But David
you
Cameron
require
finds himself
56.
locked out of number 10. And
Game shot
Evo
on the fifth
Lexma
flag,
takes full
Evo
advantage.
Lexma.
The game goes on 3-2, and Lexma has the darts in leg 6.
6th flag, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Right there is a very frustrated man. He'll be feeling he should be walking past the flashing lights
93.
back to the practice room. 2 points already in the bank, but when we've got a group this tight, we can't understate the fact that legs could actually become a factor here.
60.
And when you're playing one of your rivals, just that one leg's a 2-leg swing. It
100.
could be vital. Every single leg matters here today.
Yeah, we will keep you up to date with all of the permutations as the day progresses. It's going to be a longer while until we know who will be taking that first spot at finals night. But
125.
as Matthew rightly mentions, it's not just going to be points. Legs are going to come into play. Currently just 3 legs between the top 4.
177.
Evo Lexma has got potentially the worst position, even if he wins this match, because he had 2 heavy defeats
97.
on Monday that may come back to haunt him.
$60. Evo, you require 86.
The ball.
55.
Well, this for the
David,
match.
you require 160.
Another one of those, and that is sat beautifully. Would have give him another match start.
100. Evo, you require
But to take us all the
31.
way.
Game shot on a 6th flag. Evo Lexma.
And we do go all the way. Well, this match, this leg, will determine which
Seventh
one of these
and
players
final
gets to
leg.
12
It's David
points,
to throw
and within
first.
2 of
Game on.
first place, John Michael. The other one will have at least a hill to climb,
100.
and will be relying on other results. Of course, the winner of this one will know they still have Michael to play, so
60.
will feel like it's in their own hands.
Michael is coming up. It's against Bradley Roose.
60.
Another one of those games where there's a lot riding on it in regards to winning this group, as a lot of our early games will have until we can
42.
narrow down the amount of runners and riders we've got for the title.
$140.
Cameron, sizable lead here. Evo has to fill. Can't do so.
100.
And even the numeric breakdown there for Evo is going to become a little bit tricky, because it also
24.
comes into the order of which he throws the darts now.
99.
So Cameron knows he's got a couple of visits. He's had a couple of chances already to get the job done.
137.
There's 3 clear darts to win it comfortably earlier on, but he does return to tops to try and pick up the points.
57. David, you require 40.
He missed that then. He missed double 10 twice as well, but this
Game shot,
time
undermatch,
Cameron
David Cameron
clinches it. A 4-3 success. Ivo Lexa, who now finds himself with a lot of work to do, particularly if John Michael wins the next game. He'll find himself 6 points adrift of the league leader in that situation, and that might be too big a gap to bridge. As for Cameron, things are looking up, and things may well be in his own hands. A 4-3 victory for him. He joins Mike Huntley in winning his opener, and next up it's a battle between the top 2 as John Michael takes on Bradley Roose. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have this five-way fight for top spot, but the man that occupies that position at the moment is John Michael. He's taking on the man right behind him, second place, Bradley Roose, the Dutchman, in a really enormous encounter. It was a big one between David Cameron and Ivo Lexa before the break. Cameron winning that one in a last leg decider, but this one now may determine whether or not Lexa stays in the race, because Bradley Roose, his fellow Dutchman, kind of needs to beat John Michael for that to happen. If the Greek great gets the win, then he will be 6 points clear of Lexma, and he will be 4 points clear of everybody else that's chasing him. So already a chance for Michael to steal a march.
Bit of an opportunity to get a bit of an advantage on the rest of the field. This is a game we've seen twice already this week.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
On Monday, John Michael picked up the victory. Bradley retaliating yesterday. But I know that
140.
there's people that like to play along and have a punt on these games. I think there's really good value in over 2.5 fist bumps in this game.
41.
They're not sure what the price was.
1 to 4.
Jim McEwan, I think if Jim McEwan was playing John Michael, which he will be in a couple of games' time,
60.
I think we'd have to change that to attempted fist bumps.
Yeah, I wonder if that would count on that one.
60.
Well, you made it up. You decide what counts and what doesn't.
$59.
Yeah, do join the debate. What's your take on mid-match fist bumps at MSS Darts?
100.
Myself and Matthew Edgar chewed the fat over that at the end of yesterday's show. You can watch that conversation if you rewind yesterday's
60.
action, or maybe we'll get one of our social media racers to put the clip out and
46.
get your debates. I know your opinion was that you with Jim, you weren't a fan of friendliness.
58.
Well, what a way to put it. But no, I think sometimes it can just be a bit too much. Just, there's
60.
there's
Bradley
respect
require
and then there's sort of
124.
over respect in my opinion. Obviously very subjective. I don't think there is a right and a wrong.
60.
Just what you feel comfortable with at the time, I guess. But there's nothing comfortable about this at the moment for John Michael.
60. Bradley requires
64 for the opening leg on throw for Bradley Roose, who had a really good day yesterday. He was only beaten in his last match. It ended a winning streak of
Game
4
starter
on the
first
day
leg,
and
Bradley Roose.
5 in total for Bradley Roose, who wins the first leg of this day.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $100.
Great angle there to show that even though the darts were just below the bed, they were perfect for
85.
John Michael to work off.
$140.
It is something we used to
60.
see a little bit more often as well. The slow start to a game. John Michael didn't really get going in that opening leg, but seems to be getting his scoring boots back
24.
on as he hits a 24, of course. But that's something that sort of eked out the game over time as well, hasn't it? Like, you used to watch a match, you used to get 2 or 3 legs of players just sort of feeling it out and
59.
warming up into it. Nowadays, it's everyone hits the ground running. I remember many years ago, well, not too many, I think it's about, was it 2010?
30.
Alan Tabern opened the World Championship and opened it with a 180, and it was like the most bizarre thing you've ever seen. Fast forward not too many years, and now you sort of expect a 180 in the opening leg.
100. 100.
Well, he won't be going for a 180 here.
127. John, you require 107.
And that was enough. Even though he misfired with the last dart, it's enough to put pressure on Michael. Not really sure where he was thinking about going at first then.
47. Bradley requires 70.
But this to double his lead.
Game shot on his second leg. Bradley Roose. Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
2-0 then to Bradley Roose. He breaks throw at the first available opportunity. And this, well, for a neutral, keeps it very, very interesting. We will
140.
give you flashes of the live league table as the day goes on. And right now, Roose has made his way to the top of it. 14 points for him. 14 points for John Michael if he wins this match, of course, Roose. And then Jim McEwan is on 12, as is David Cameron in 4th, Ivo Lexa on 10. So just 4 points between the top 5, just 2 between the top 4. And if this match stays the same, nothing between the top 2.
60.
That's where we talk about the legs, isn't it, that we've already mentioned in the last game. David Cameron on the same points as McEwan there, just off the screen, but leg difference keeping him out the top 3.
140.
The top 3 is where you want to be as a minimum. Open up the opportunity to play in Group B.
45.
But Bradley
require 100.
doesn't want to be playing at all. He wants a couple of days off because he wants to book his direct ticket through to Saturday night.
26.
And we were talking about leg difference earlier on. This could be an absolute dream for one and a nightmare for t'other.
100. Bradley require 95. $55. John, you require 156.
Michael needs some magic. And he's not going to get it.
60. Bradley, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Bradley Roose.
Well, I'm just casting my eye over the last couple of days, and there may be a little statistic that
Fourth
has
leg,
gone
it's John to throw
slightly
first.
under the radar.
Game on.
And that is that John Michael has lost his opening fixture on both days of play so far.
140.
Not only that, but yesterday it was also statistically his worst performance of the day as well. So
78.
maybe there's something about this early fixture that he doesn't enjoy. I mean, yesterday in that fixture is 3 from 19 on the double, which was clear where the problem was.
62.
Today the problem's even more evident. He's not even had a dart at a double.
Yeah. Well, neither player has missed a dart at double, to be fair.
96.
As Matt mentions, John Michael, no attempts at a double yet. Bradley Roose is successful with all 3 attempts he's had at the outer ring. That should change here, the former part of that sentence anyway. Michael working his way down in this
59.
leg.
41. $171.
Well, I said it
John, you
should
require
change. It might not.
158.
That is a fabulous
100.
visit from Bradley Roose, and it's
Bradley
perfectly
required
timed. He
97.
might deny John Michael any darts at double at all here. Does he go double-double? Backed himself for a treble. But
85.
the first time he misses is
John,
when
you
it's for the
require
match.
58.
Well, for the first time in this game, John Michael gets a dart at a double. He gets
Shot on
two,
a
in
full
fact,
flag, John
and
Michael.
sinks the second one. He gets it in, but he's not happy. Shake of the head there from John Michael. Did
Fifth
have to
flag,
survive
it's
a
Bradley
match
to throw
start there in
first.
order to hold on to
Game
his
on.
throw. He probably feels the winning line might just be a little bit out of reach. But with that in mind, you've got to
60.
think again about those legs. Every single leg could be vital. That one leg he's just won there could be massive by the end of the day.
95.
But this morning really has opened up so far for Bradley. He'll be able to potentially get the win here with the leg
100.
against the man who was top of the table. He's seen Jim McEwan lose to the man who's bottom of the table. And Hero Lexmark losing to Cameron may
85.
just about start to move him out of the race as well. So this could be the perfect lap for Bradley.
$80.
He did have a fair few darts that ended up not scoring in points yesterday for different reasons. Again, have a look on our social media for one of those that actually ended up pointing back at him.
55.
That is a beautiful dart. He'll be expecting more. He should have been expecting the lot. He gets the lot. First maximum of the game. Well, second maximum visit. He has had a 171, but in terms of 180s, the first 180 of the game.
97. Bradley
Well, John Michael's totally
81.
miscounted there and then got absolutely furious at the dartboard for some reason. He'll be furious in a moment
65.
because Bradley Roose has been able to just set up a double. Michael, the league leader,
137.
before a dart was thrown
Bradley
today.
requires 16.
That may be about to change as Roose looks at double eight. Well, he's lucky that he's not bust that.
No score.
And it's three-match
Johnny
darts
required
squandered. John
32.
Michael has a chance to break.
Game shot on a fifth flag. John Michael.
Well, in alternate
Sixth flag,
song
it's John to throw
titles
first.
for John
Game
Michael,
on.
sorry seems to be the easiest word.
I think that was only two. If you had over 2.5 apologies,
140.
that was only two. However, jokes aside, Bradley Roose, they looked edgy.
45.
They looked tense, nervy attempts at the double. Not really thrown with any conviction. The dart's not really penetrating the board. Kicking in at a bit of an angle.
108.
Quite lucky not to have busted it. And now John Michael can start to believe.
Well, Michael's a man with the target on his back,
45.
and that brings its own pressure, not just for the hunted, but also for the hunter. Bradley Roose, when he got
60.
himself into that position, he couldn't take it, and it's not the only chance he's had in this game. Also missed a match start in the previous leg as well.
60. John, you require 121.
And in this leg, he has found absolutely nothing.
$48. $80. John, you require 73.
We'll get a dart in this visit, or we'll get as many as he wants in this leg.
53.
Bradley's mind will already be on the next leg. He won't be expecting
45.
John Michael to miss the amount of
John,
darts
you
that he's going to
require
need
20.
in order to give him an opportunity here. And he'll just be thinking, that last leg, I've got the throw. Just stay focused.
Game shot on a sixth flag. John Michael.
What's that reaction from John Michael? Just chucked another dart in the board.
Seven
And the
from
referee had
final
called game
leg.
shot.
It's
The
Bradley
winning
to
double
throw
had been hit
first.
before anybody
Game on.
starts. It doesn't mean he busts his score. Calm yourselves down.
$100.
Also, technically speaking, he was halfway down the hockey, so it wouldn't have accounted anyway.
45.
Yeah, that'd be quite a funny call, wouldn't it, from the referee? Last start doesn't count. Game shot.
Talk about refocusing.
125.
This is brilliant from Bradley. A really poor last leg. He missed 3 match starts a leg before. He was 3-0 up.
60.
And now, a big advantage again. 120 points on the scoreboard, plus what's in his hand.
121.
There's something I've noticed about John Michael, for all his politeness and friendly offerings. He doesn't mind walking in
41.
the exclusion zone.
Bradley, you require 155.
Starting to get a little agitated, having put himself back into this game. He's very quickly undone all the good work here, John Michael, and it's
131.
great work from Bradley Roose to give himself another 3-match starts. Remember, he's missed 4 already, and victory in this
60.
match will see him go top
Bradley,
of the
you
table.
require 24.
He's going to have more than 3 if he needs them. At least 6 starts here for Bradley Roose to cross the line and get an all-important opening
Shot
win.
and the match,
The Dutchman
Bradley
does it.
Roose.
The meeting between the top 2 goes the way of the player that was in P2. He's now gone level on points, and he's level on legs in the table with John Michael. The pair of them sharing the lead and keeping it wide open in this thrilling finale of Group A. David Cameron now is looking to join the pair on 14 points. If he wins by the right margin, he could go top of the table. I think I'll be saying that quite a lot today. He faces Mike Huntley after the break. Welcome back to the live lounge where everybody is in the hunt apart from Huntley. in terms of trying to get that coveted spot finals night. Group A offers one. All of the players, of course, will be in action for the remainder of the week. Second and third go into Group B, have a 60% chance of making it through. And the 4th, 5th and 6th players end up in Group C, where they only have a 33% chance of qualification to go through from 6 in that group. But they can avoid all of that drama by winning this group. And David Cameron, having won his first match, is in with a great chance of doing that now.
First
a win
leg,
here
Mike to throw first.
for the Canadian could see him climb to the
Game
top
on.
of the table. It would see him join John Michael and Bradley Roose on 14 points after Bradley beat the overnight league leader, meaning things are still wide open.
But how much of that last game did David Cameron
140.
watch when Michael Huntley was significantly improved in his opening game when he beat Jim McEwan this morning? An average of just shy of 90, which is
60.
nearly 7 points more than anyone was seen from him from the first 10 fixtures across Monday and Tuesday. And he's opening up quite well today. For him, he'll be thinking, why has this come so late? Why couldn't this come when
140.
I still had a chance of at least getting off the bottom of the table? But for the rest of them, they'd be wishing he carried on the same, because what on the first couple of days
96.
seemed to be, well, to be blunt with it, an easy win, an expected win, has all of a sudden become a very tricky game.
95.
What would the Edgar assessment be on that? Is it just that it's a pressure-free day?
Could well be, you know, he's got a free opportunity here just
Mike,
to
you require 126.
play out the fixtures.
Well, because Cameron hit a 180 there was an assumption from Huntley he was on a finish. He's not, which is why he stepped back. Would have gone for the 19s had Cameron been on a checkout. 4 would have left the bull, but didn't need to bother with
94.
that. And instead sets up double 16 after a dozen darts.
$65. Mike, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg, Mike Huntley.
It's almost as if it's a completely different player. It's like we had someone
Second
playing in
leg, it's
Michael
David
Huntley
to throw
disguise
first.
for the first couple
Game
of
on.
days.
Well, the big thing that has changed, apart from
55.
obviously the fact that he's winning legs and, you know, recording high averages, etc., is those darts that were wandering.
I do wonder if he's sort of
58.
watched it back, maybe listened to some feedback, looked at his own game and form, because it does look like he is throwing the darts a little bit firmer as well today, which is what we said he needed to do to negotiate the wavering of the
45.
equipment. Just really drive through and propel that dart. And these are going in firm, they're going in at a better angle,
133.
a consistent angle. Certainly got the weight of the dart today.
And that setup shot worked out beautifully for Huntley, who can now
60.
leave a finish with a 140.
See there, that second one just a little bit softer,
95.
and you see how it kicks out slightly to the left. Maybe that's what he's been doing now, throwing away a little bit of tension the first couple of days, just a little bit edgy, which just makes you throw a little bit more cautious and soft, where
96.
today doesn't have that.
But I haven't crunched this particular stat, but I would wager that the majority of trebles from Huntley have been hit with his first dart of a
139.
visit.
Yeah, definitely getting that vibe as well. He's opening up really well.
And often then maybe that dart that's
100.
just not as
Mike,
thrown
you
as
require
firmly is because he's just
76.
expecting it to follow rather than forcing it to do so. No treble required to leave a double here. Tops he wants,
56.
just short of it, but David
you
Cameron on
require
a big one.
145.
I'll up to the task on this occasion. So Huntley, who has
65.
already
Mike,
took
you
the scalp
require
of Jim
20.
McEwan in our opening game by 4 legs to 1.
Game shot on
breaks the
second
throw of
leg,
David
Mike
Cameron.
Huntley.
doubles his lead. He's halfway to quite a sizable double here at the start
Third
of the day.
leg, it's Mike to throw
That's it.
first.
14 darter followed by a 16 darter. It all amounts to an average of 100 from Mike Huntley here. Just
55.
dropped slightly after that visit, but still so much better than what David Cameron's produced so far in this match. And I mean, you spoke about the fact he averaged north of 90 in his first match. He's on course to blow that out of the water.
Well, we'll just take a moment to review the last couple of days for Michael Huntley. On Monday, he had a running average of 77.37, winning just 7 legs, despite 37 attempts at a double.
78.
Did win 15 legs yesterday, but the average still down 78.56. Maybe he's been encouraged at the fact, though, that 3 of those defeats yesterday, he was only a leg away
96.
and had match starts in many. Makes you think, doesn't it? I wonder what price
140.
Michael Huntley to go through the card today was.
Well, I asked you the question, could anyone go through the card and therefore win the group? It'll be Huntley
60.
looking like doing that at the moment out of everyone, but obviously going through the card for him won't even result in him getting to Group B. He'll end up in Group C still.
100.
Huntley could go through the card and realistically still finish bottom.
Quite likely, actually, isn't it? Yeah. However, Cameron on course here to break straight back.
38. David, you require 83.
16 segment, and now the smallest segment.
43.
Well, it's a good leave from
Mike,
Cameron, but
112.
will he get a go at it?
Huntley did take 100 out in his opening game. He should get a dart. It's going to be at double 16, a preferred target of Michael Huntley.
80.
And that is a fine effort.
David, you require 40.
Unlike that, a long way off.
30. Mike, you require 32.
Yeah, Cameron passing up chances, but Huntley
16.
doing the same.
David, you require 10. Game shot on the third leg. David Cameron.
Huntley, who has been punished for missing all his chances on Monday and Tuesday, almost had the chance there to be
Fourth
the
leg,
punisher.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
Shake of the head, he knows there was a chance there to be 3-0 up. Instead, now David Cameron is
100.
back in the match. Short format games like this can turn around so quickly. That's why none of the players really enjoy playing these really quick fixtures.
86.
You never really feel safe. You never really feel that you've sort of got a sizable gap or enough of a lead. Bradley Roose in our
100.
last game was actually 3-0 up against John Michael. Ended up going to a last leg shootout.
$115. $134.
That slip means that Huntley's not able to leave a finish.
41. David, you require 167. $100.
Cameron with a bit of time on his side now. That was the advantage there, those 2 darts on the bottom wire just standing
99.
up slightly. That's the
David,
advantage
you
he gets from
require
using these
67.
smaller version of a standard. He's got choices here. He opts not to go 14 ball.
35.
Can't blame the
Mike, you
strategy.
require
He's essentially saying
160.
to Huntley, if you're good enough, pal.
$80. David, you require 32.
And this will be frustrating for Huntley and
Game shot on a 4 flag.
a lot of
David
other players in
Cameron.
this group who would have been watching with interest as Michael took a two-leg
Fifth
lead,
flag,
but
it's
now
Mike
will
to throw
be
first. Game on.
a little annoyed that that's been cancelled out.
$85. $60.
Well, that standard he was producing in the first couple of legs has dropped significantly as well. David Cameron hasn't really got any better in this match.
140.
Michael Huntley's got worse.
$140. $100.
There's going to be a lot of credit given here to Michael Huntley today so
100.
far. Been so easy for him just to turn up and just go through the motions, wait for another day.
41. $123.
Cameron's starting to make a march
Mike,
here,
you require 135.
attacking the Huntley throat. He'll start on the bullseye area. 25 would have kept the shot alive, but that is a 10. So Cameron will know he's got a chance here to take the lead for the first time.
85. David, you require 78.
Triple 18 for double 12. Well, now it's 25. And the vault. Oh, it was close,
53.
but not close enough.
Mike, you require 50.
He's making a bit of a mess of this. Well, that's 32 points scored. It leaves him on 18, double 9, the target just above.
41.
For what would have been probably the most unorthodox
David, you require
50 finish I've ever
25.
seen in my life.
Well, double 10 is the route chosen here by David Cameron.
15.
He fails to find it as well.
Mike, you require 9.
Oh, that is a wire bender. Can he find one?
Game shot on the 5th
Next
flag.
door between the
Mike
tram
Huntley.
lines, he can. And he might be on course to derailing David Cameron's group winning bid.
6th flag. It's David to throw first. Game on. $60. $99.
Starting to regain control here, Huntley. As we know,
100.
the fixture more valuable to David Cameron in regards to his destiny. Huntley knows his. He knows what he's going to be doing on Thursday and Friday. He's going to be playing darts in Group C.
100.
David Cameron, he's probably hoping to have a Mr. Whippy.
99. $79. 60. $54.
Well, bit of a error from Huntley, a head scratcher for him as he walks back, having not left himself on a
60.
finish.
$43. David, you require 122.
Bullseye for 3-3.
97. Mike, you require 126.
Huntley will be hoping to get a dart at the ball himself. 4 19s. Although 6 would leave him double 6.
114.
A good effort, a fine
David, you
effort.
require
Right
25.
on the wire. But a match start. It's come and gone.
Well, the issue with this route is if he goes inside here, he hasn't done that. But he hasn't hit either.
5.
And Huntley gets 3 more
Mike, you require
to
12.
double up on victories. A man who's only won 1 match across 2 days. Now looking for back-to-back wins at the Super Series. Returns to his original starting position to take aim at double 3. But
9.
fails to find it. And David
David,
Cameron
you
has been let
require
off the
20.
hook time and time again here.
Game shot on a 6th flag. David Cameron.
Well, Huntley's had 4 darts
7
4
for final leg.
opportunities
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
to win more matches today than he has in 2 complete days of play. Instead, he's got to go back to the start. And he starts off quite well. That'll be a settler.
140.
Oh, David Cameron right now will be the most unpopular man in this building.
58.
Everybody in that practice room wants Michael Huntley to win this match.
28.
And they'll literally be living and breathing it all together. They've been in that practice room in these sort of scenarios.
100.
Everyone sort of glues to the monitor. Whilst having a bit of a casual throw. It's one of the rare situations, really, that you get here at the Super Series, because normally when you're playing something like a World Championship, you have the monitor on, but you're not really invested in the game that's playing because you're not really too bothered about the result. It doesn't affect you too much, where here, in this league table and in the scenario we're in now, it's a case where they all want Huntley to win. They don't want Cameron taking the points.
83.
They want Huntley to literally ruin everyone's day but their own.
Yeah, it'd be one less contender. Not that he would be out of it yet.
140. Mike, you require 110.
Engrossing encounter. Will there be a big cheer in the practice room after this visit? Or a stony silence after the next?
78.
Back-to-back
David,
140s for
require
David
63.
Cameron have earned him this opportunity. It's a bit trickier than the numbers would suggest. It's only going to be 1 dart at the double. Well, it should have been. In fact, he's going to get none. So Huntley, who has already missed 4 match darts, will get 3 more.
31. Mike, you require 32.
Cameron making a mess.
Game shot.
And Mike
the match,
Huntley.
Mike Huntley.
Supplying the punishment, supplying the pain. David Cameron crashes at the hands of the basement boy, who's won both of his matches today, defeating Jim McEwan and now David Cameron. Really good stuff from the Welshman. Cameron, though, crashes. He remains on 12 points. Bradley Roose, John Michael are top of the table on 14. And Michael, who lost to Roose in his opener, takes on another first round loser in Jim McEwan next. Well, the fight for finals night continues here at the MODUS Super Series in this gripping Group A, which has just seen Michael Huntley, the man at the bottom of the table, only one win before today, win for the second time in as many matches. That first victory came against that man, Jim McEwan. Chucky out-chucked by Huntley in his opener. And he then beat David Cameron in the game we've just seen. In between that, John Michael went down to Bradley Roose, the man who is now tied on points with at the top of the table. But we are going to get these four-pointers time after time today.
Game on.
John Michael top of the table on 14 points. Jim McEwan third on 12. If McEwan wins this, they are level. If Michael wins, he puts 4 points between himself and his opponent.
60.
Head-to-head stats for the week so far. Very good reading for John Michael, who has won both of their encounters.
42.
The encounter between the two yesterday had that little side story, didn't it, with the
140.
the fist bump, the second attempt at the fist bump, and Jim McEwan didn't want any of it. I wonder if McEwan takes something out today in this game, like a
40.
164. John Michael will maybe offer the bump again.
22.
Well, yeah, and I wonder if Michael might just retract that sort of
59.
antic if the game is much more important than it might have felt yesterday. And every game is going to feel more and more
40.
important as we reach this crescendo in Group A. John Michael has had the chance really to set himself free.
140.
But that defeat to Bradley Roose has kept him honest. And if it happens again here, suddenly he's just one of the others rather than the man at the
45.
front of the pack.
$60. $140. Jim,
He
you
went for a
require
180 there to leave
160.
double 7. But that's inviting.
140. John, you require 54. Game shot on the first leg.
Michael.
John Michael.
It's not the first time he's done that. Chucked his last dart at the board. It's almost a
Second
sign of
leg, it's Jim to throw
frustration
first.
normally when a player does that. It's usually
Game
after
on.
a miss, isn't it? But he hits the double and then throws another one.
Well, the danger he's got is he throws it when he's halfway down the hockey. There's a chance here he could hit the wire, bounce out, and
140.
get it back in him. But I suppose, could you imagine the views on that?
55.
He's a little bit sort of, how should I put this? He does the wrong thing at the wrong time, doesn't he, John Michael? He throws a dart in anger after hitting a double. He apologises for
60.
winning legs. He puts his left shoe on his right foot.
45.
These are two players you were big fans of, actually, weren't you? You're fans of the John Michael shoes with the green and red matching the dartboard, the green, red and black, and
134.
you're a fan of the Jim McEwan darts.
Yeah, absolutely. I am actually wearing the same shoes as John Michael.
83. Jim, you require 167.
Had my crayons out last night. Wait, I don't know if it is just is it the dartboard or is it a play on the Deadly Rose colours that John Michael is going for with the
102.
footwear.
$120. Jim, you require 65.
Well, had that stayed in, he would have been on a finish. Instead, Jim McEwan got time now. But he's not had too many darts at doubles today.
Game shot on the second leg. Jim
He doesn't
McEwan.
need too many.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $140.
It wasn't just the darts and the footwear we were talking about yesterday. I also mentioned Jim McEwan's rather fetching red-faced watch. Well, it seems like he's got a collection,
80.
Jim McEwan, because if we get a closer look at his wrist piece today, it's actually changed colour.
180.
There we go. It's like that dress from a few years ago, isn't it? What colour is it really?
60.
Well, it was all red from John Michael on the last visit.
55.
Oh, this is a very
54.
one-sided leg.
John, you require 126.
John Michael with plenty of time on his side.
$101. 57.
As much time as he
Johnny requires
needs.
25.
Double 8.
9.
Right, let's get a prediction off you, Matthew Edgar. What will John Michael do after he wins this leg?
He'll hit double 8.
85.
Third dart in hand. He'll throw
Johnny
his hands to the
requires
board
16.
with that flicky motion, and then he'll walk back. Well,
It's
first
on the
dart in the
third
middle.
leg, John Michael.
He'll have a look at Jim McEwan, see if he can get a bump. Yeah.
No, nothing at all.
Fourth flag, it's Jim to throw
Head
first.
down, getting on with it
Game
today. Taking care of business.
I suppose what that prediction goes to show is that today is a day like no other. It's a day that is
140.
completely different to the last couple of days that we've seen, and that's because today is the decision day.
108.
Yeah, whoever wins this group can have a couple of days off. Head to the beach. Or head to the
60.
practice board. Well, wait a minute.
140.
Michael thought he might be in, you know. You could see the little smirk on his face as he retrieved the darts.
The
Most important thing, though, here is not the 9-darter. It's the break of throw. That looks like it's on the horizon.
140.
Found the treble in the end. I actually like the 19 switch on that situation, but finds the treble and leaves those 2 darts away. Possibly 11 darter here for John Michael.
43.
And he's got more
Johnny
time than he'd have
required 41.
imagined. He's going to get 6. It's all about John Michael right now.
33.
He's hit 7 treble 20s in this leg, in 9 scoring darts. Absolutely exceptional, but he still has to do the bit at the end.
140. John, you require 8.
And he's under some pressure. McEwan breathing down his neck. Michael misses. Michael
6.
misses again.
Jim, you require
Wow.
38.
All the power scoring may count for nothing.
Game shot on the 4th flag, Jim McEwan.
6 darts from 41 there for John Michael to get a firm grip on the game. A 3-1 lead
5th
instead.
flag, it's John to throw
Jim
first.
McEwan keeps this
Game on.
100% record on the outer ring going.
Yeah, and the doubling tells the story in this game, doesn't it? Both have 2
100.
hits, but McEwan's from 2 attempts. John Michael, on the contrary, has missed 8 darts at double in this game, including those 5 to break in the previous leg.
83. 140. 95.
I've got the feel of a game that Jim McEwan's just hanging in. But when you're dealing with an
81.
operator like Jim McEwan, you can often get burnt when they're just literally hanging in, and then they can just be explosive for 12 darts. And if those 12 darts sort of cross across 2 legs, where 6 good at the
55.
back end of a leg and 6 at the start, in this position at 2-2, could be game over.
95. 41. John, you require
Switch game a little
85.
bit too late there for McEwan.
Game shot on the 5th flag, John
Well, it's
Michael.
another leg he's dominated, John Michael, but this time it's a leg he's won. So let's put you in the picture
6th
again
flag,
in
it's
terms
Jim
of the
to throw
league table.
first. Game
If
on.
Michael does convert this, he will move to 16 points and will be top of the pile. Bradley Roose on 14. Jim McEwan will remain on 12. David Cameron also has that amount as well. Next match features Bradley Roose, who will have the chance to respond. He takes on Ivo Lexa, who is on 10 points. You'd have to say defeat for him, if Michael wins this match, would rule him out of the race.
But the positive for Evo is he's got a 100% record against Bradley so far.
60.
That'll be quite encouraging for the rest of the group as well, who will be hoping that Bradley doesn't pick up the victory. It must be so hard down there today because it's not just your own results. You'll be sort of looking around the room and keeping an eye on the monitor quite a lot of the time because a lot of the time it's out of your hands.
133.
Only really John Michael came into today with that luxury of knowing it was completely in his own fate, and then he lost that privilege by losing his opening game 4-3.
Well, he scored 133 with his last visit to McEwan. I think he was hoping to do that again, to leave his favourite double.
57.
Instead, just offers a slight little bit of optimism to John Michael, who can leave a finish with 2 trebles here, but doesn't.
60. Jim, you require 116. $77.
Well, that's a wild miss by McEwan's standards. It's usually so measured. I wonder which way I'll go here.
49. Jim, you require 39.
Well, that's interesting. He's opted to go for double 18. It's not a usual McEwan play, that.
Game shot on the 6th.
But it works out for him.
McEwan.
Did consider that he might even think about 15 double 12. Oh, it's McEwan that offers a fist, but Michael wasn't interested.
It's John to throw
He
first.
gave it him in the end, but he
Game
wasn't
on.
engaging, was he?
$57.
The irony. After it took John Michael 2 attempts to almost try and force McEwan into the bump yesterday, it's McEwan who engages it.
41.
Well, this match could mean everything for these two players, but that's why we love this game, isn't it? The highlight of it is who offers a fist bump, and John Michael might have played Jim McEwan mentally like a fiddle here. Those moments do stay in the mind, don't they?
100. $140.
He does get into these rhythms, doesn't he, John Michael, where he all of a sudden looks like he's throwing like Ricky Evans.
And that dart was not thrown
79.
with much purpose at all from Jim McEwan. Is he waving the white flag here?
58.
Well, you would have thought he'd have stayed on the 18s with the last dart there. Had he hit the treble 20, he would have left a dodgy double in double 13.
140. John, you require 66.
But he will have the chance to win this match and restore his position as the outright league leader. It's one at tops.
46.
McEwan gets
Jimmy
his
require
moment.
141.
Well, John Michael, not just to establish out and out league topper
97.
at the moment, but probably
John, you require
favourite
20.
to win the group if this goes.
Game shot and the match. John Michael.
John Michael does pick up the points. A big win for him. It's 2 defeats for Jim McEwan. How damaging will that be for the Scotsman, who's beaten by Michael, outscored McEwan for much of that match, but did pass up opportunities to win it earlier in the end. He gets it done. in a last leg decider. That's been the story in the last couple of days, and it has been the result in the last 4 matches. And another crucial contest to come next. It's a Dutch derby between Ivo Lexa and Bradley Roose. Well, we expected this final day of this exciting group to be really close, really hard fought, and it's proving to be the case. 4 consecutive matches go all 7 legs as Cameron beats Lexa. Bradley Roose gets the better of John Michael. Mike Huntley then beats David Cameron after seeing off Jim McEwan 4-1 in the first match. And then McEwan goes down to John Michael in the game we've just witnessed. That means that Michael has pulled clear at the top of the table. He's 2 points ahead of Bradley Roose.
First leg, it's Ivo to throw first. Game on.
For whom this is a big game, but it's an even bigger game for this man, Ivo Lexa, who is currently in 5th position on 10 points. And if he loses this game,
44.
you'd have to say that his race was run in terms of winning the group.
So we get to see him under proper pressure and scrutiny.
61.
For the first real time, and see how he handles that sort of microscope
95.
on the performance. It's a game, though, he's got positive memories of. They've played each other twice in this Group A campaign, both Monday and Tuesday, going in the
140.
favour of Ivo Lexa. And Bradley strikes me as the type of person who sort of remembers
100.
head-to-head sort of records. It sort of be quite meaningful to him.
$97. $140.
Lexa having the better so far.
60. Ivo, you
The
require
opening
122.
exchanges leaves a more makeable finish than the one that Roose has left, though he won't make it now.
44. Bradley, you require 143. $59. Evo, you require 78.
Well, that's twice that he's gone for the 18 segment and the dart has been pulled into the 4 segment below it. And now he has to go for the smallest segment. Oh, which he
Shot on the
finds.
first leg, Ivo Lexma.
Lexma gets the first leg with a bullseye bailout.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on. $100. $140.
One of those players, isn't he, that he makes it look easy when it is going right. Just looks like there's a lot more effort goes into the Bradley Roose throw
58.
than the action of Lexma.
Completely done on feel and rhythm, this one of
59.
Lexma. Gee, no point of sight, just pure rhythm and feel.
$100.
It hasn't really been the ideal group for him in terms of rhythm and pace, has it?
58.
Because many of the opponents are quite methodical. Just watching him, even in this match, he's ready to throw while Bradley's still retrieving his darts.
100.
Just wants to get on with it.
74.
Just looking at the groups for the rest
Bradley
of the week. In fact, we'll do that at the end of this leg.
143.
See if any group will suit him better than the other.
$91. Evo, you require 170.
Well, he hit the ball to win the previous leg, but he won't get a go at it here.
90. Bradley, you require 52. No score.
Wow. That's the one word that describes that.
Evo, you
He'll be
require
thinking, how?
80.
And Evo will get a dart at top. So he's going to have to come around that one. Where he starts to stand up slightly. It's just blocked. Bradley even trying to have a
60.
look as well. He was
Bradley,
going
you
with him.
require 52.
Does he change his MO here? Does he go for a 12? Does he persevere? Yeah, it is the 12. Understandable. And effective.
Shot on his second leg. Bradley Roose.
Nearly got punished there, though, for that
Third leg, it's Evo to throw first.
fatal mistake.
Game on.
Yeah, just looking at the groups for the rest of the week. So Group C, Jensen Walker, Alan Norris and Shane Hayward.
96.
I think that we played at a decent pace. And Group B, we're going to have real contrasts in that one. Andy Hamilton, who has quickened up a little bit, but still a methodical thrower. Jeff Smith, what you call average.
140.
In terms of pace of throw, that is. And Tommy Morris, rapid. Apart from the fact that he will step back
96.
for doubles.
I don't think there's really any benefit of those groups for a pacey player. I think they've both got their sort of pros and cons.
81.
I don't think there's any preference.
Preference would be not to be in either group, but that's going to be difficult for Lexma, the position he's in.
140.
He opted to try and hit the 180 there rather than move down to the 19s where even a single would have left the finish.
Yeah, even starting on the treble 20
60.
on 309 has its risks. It doesn't matter on this occasion because Roose couldn't find a treble himself.
59.
This time it does go down. And has half the score remaining than that of Bradley.
$97. Evo, you require 110.
Might stay there.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. It looked so
41.
inviting.
Bradley, you require 123.
So we'll start downstairs on the 19s.
$55. Evo, you require 69.
Tops.
29.
Well, he had the dart
Bradley,
of
you
tops
require
in the last
68.
leg to break the throw. He's had a dart in this leg to hold it. Bradley, who's not been able to record a win over Evo in the first couple of days,
Game
now
shot
breaks
on
the
third
throw.
leg, Bradley Roose.
Takes the advantage that would see him
Fourth leg, it's Bradley
join
to
John
throw
Michael on
first.
points at the top of
Game
the
on.
table. Again, we're looking potentially here at those legs.
60.
If it stays like this and Bradley goes on to win, he will be level. And legs
96.
would be level if he wins it by this margin as well. If he wins it by one leg, he'd be on the same leg difference as John Michael, but Michael would have won 3 more legs.
100.
Has won 3 more legs at this point. He'd be still 1 leg ahead. I mean, it could even come down to that, couldn't it? We're
58.
talking about it could come down to leg difference. It could come down to legs won. And not just for top spot, but for who goes into Group B and C.
60.
Again there, Bradley just still taking his darts out as
93.
Lexman's ready to throw. He might be just advised to slow himself down a little bit in terms of his approach to the hockey, because that can start to get frustrating, but it's something that's in your control.
140.
Well, this game could be in Bradley's control.
140.
The group could start to come into his control.
Bradley require 141.
If you can land this massive 1-4-1.
60.
For Evo, it's the
Evo, you
same
require
numbers, different order.
114. Game shot on a 4th flag. Evo
Beautiful
Lexman.
finish. Just when it looked like Bradley had a vice-like grip on the game. Lexman producing it.
5th flag. It's Evo to
Ton
throw
plus
first.
finish, 114
Game on.
to tie this up at 2-2. And ever since that one-sided win for Mike Huntley in the first match, we've played every possible leg.
96.
We talk about timing. That from Evo was huge. That was his first Tumpless checkout of the week so far. What a time to produce it when you're in
60.
trouble and potentially going 3-1 down in a crucial game.
140. $100. 105. 60.
A few sort
Evo,
of
you require 106.
mid-throw shrugs of the shoulders today for Bradley. Something we haven't seen across the first couple of days, but
84.
there's never been the level of importance that there is on as there is today.
Lexman, as you mentioned,
59.
seems to have the knack
Evo, you
of getting the
require
better of Bradley
76.
this week, and it might be about to happen again after that 114 tide turner. He's now in command himself, although this is a poor visit so far.
22. 95. Evo, you require 54. 34. Bradley, you require 127.
Well, that frustration will be Just bubbling under the skin now
81.
for Bradley.
Evo, you require
Didn't even
20.
get to keep the shot alive for more than the dart.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Evo Lexa. Sixth leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game
Roose
on.
will feel that he's let this slip. But it could be a third straight win in the Dutch Derby for Ivo Lexa.
100.
And while it will mean that Bradley won't join John Michael on 16 points, what it will
96.
mean is that Lexa will match the tally of both David Cameron and Jim McEwan with 12 points after 12 matches. So we'll still have a chance. But he'll be hoping that
97.
Mike Huntley carries on his winning streak in the next game when he takes on John Michael.
$30. $134. $46.
Well, that pattern of last leg
Bradley, you require
deciders looks like it may be
170.
extending. Last 4 matches all going the distance. It was a very popular market yesterday. The
105.
over 5.5 legs. And it may be the same sort of thing, just showing how evenly matched this group
96.
is.
Bradley requires 65.
Thompson,
45.
not yet. And it allows Lexa the opportunity to put some pressure on here.
96. Bradley required 20. Game shot on the sixth leg. Bradley
All the
Roose.
way we go again. Game 2, 4-3. Game 3, 4-3. Game 4,
Seventh and final
4-3.
leg. It's Evo
Game
to throw
5,
first.
4-3.
Game on.
And Game 6 also goes a distance. Just to speak to your point,
96.
Matthew Edgar, it just shows, doesn't it? It's so competitive, this group. It turns out that they're just so evenly matched, these players. That's why we've got the situation we have.
96.
And the interesting thing is that Michael Huntley has actually added himself into that equation
60.
today. He's been performing. So we're now going into every single match with an unpredictable outcome.
Well, if my maths are correct,
100.
we can have a maximum of 105 legs per day. And yesterday, we
97.
played 97 of the possible 105.
Well, we're on for 103 today, as things stand.
100. $81.
Lexa first to a finish, but Roose should be on a much better one. How much better?
55.
Well,
Evo,
to
you
be honest,
require
not much better at all.
167.
I think he's quite fortunate that the amount of clatter that one had and the way it was sort of hanging in. He could have ended up with no score and ended up on
99.
165,
Bradley,
meaning he
you
wasn't
require
on a finish.
150.
He's on a big finish instead. And it's not going to go, so Lexa should get at least one darted double to win the match when he returns.
100. Evo, you require
this
68.
Seesaw Super Series day may continue in that fashion. Lexa lost his first match. Roose won his first. It is just going to be the one. At double 16.
Game shot.
And Lexa
Undermatch.
lands
Evo
it.
Lexa.
He beats Bradley Roose, and there wasn't much engagement between the pair there. Devastatingly disappointed Bradley Roose as he exits the stage quickly. But for Evo, it is Well, a crucial victory, I think it has to be said. Had he lost that game, then he would have found himself out of that race. Instead, he puts himself in it, and I'll be hoping that Michael Huntley can carry on his winning streak, having tasted victory in his first 2 matches. Can the man at the bottom of the table beat the man at the top when he meets John Michael after this short break? Well, we said this would be a competitive climax to this thrilling Group A, and it has been exactly that so far. Here's what's happened. Michael Huntley, well, he has been the thorn in the side of the 5 fighting it out to win this group. Huntley beating Jim McEwan and David Cameron, and McEwan has lost both of his 2 matches. Huntley, the man at the bottom, the only one out of this race. Lexa with that win against Bradley Roose before the break has kept himself in it, and it means the table now looks like this. We still have 5 in the fight. Lexa, Cameron, McEwan, Roose, and the man at the top, John Michael, who all of those 4 players between him and the man at the bottom, Michael Huntley, will be hoping that Huntley makes it a hat-trick of wins and keeps John Michael within close touching distance. The question is, can he do it? Can he continue this run? Myself, Chris Murphy, and Matthew Edgar will talk you through the action.
Big chance here, though, for John Michael to get a bit of daylight now between the group and start to take control of things. But had this game been yesterday or a Monday, you would be a very strong fancy here on John Michael. The evidence of today.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
It may just be a few nerves are jangling. That air of uncertainty that's going around Michael Huntley today.
60. 100. 150. 115.
Has what Michael Huntley's done so far today, will that have changed the mood, the approach for all his opponents today? I mean, we said at the start of the
60.
show they would be seeing the match against him as must win.
I think they'd have probably been seeing the victory against him as an expected win as well. But the performance is
137.
significantly better.
$100.
Sort of statistically been dwelling in the high 70s. Was a visit behind the entire group. He's the only player who was statistically needing 7 visits on average
89.
to be able to win a leg, which is why ultimately he was losing all the games. He's certainly tightened that up now.
100. Mike, you require 100. $60.
Well, Huntley
John, you
making the
require
running in the opening leg.
141.
Michael needs a big old finish to stop him here. And he's not going to get it, but boy, did he threaten it.
89. Mike, you require 40.
I think I might have a little prediction lined up here. As Michael Huntley attempts double 10.
Game shot on the
Takes
first
the opening leg.
Mike Huntley.
Hope that wasn't your prediction, that he'd attempt double 10.
I'm going to go even bolder than that. I'm going to go big
Second
and bold.
leg, it's John to throw first.
If Michael
Game
Huntley
on.
wins this match, I think the group winner will be won
60.
with just 18 points.
So you don't think John Michael will win his last 2?
140.
Have we ever had a group one on 18 points before? 2022 is normally sort of like
40.
the baseline, isn't it? And then we've had a 24, we've had a 28.
I will delve through some archives,
41.
see if we can find anything. But yeah, it's very rare for anyone to be even threatening on less than 20 points.
180.
Last week, Conor Heenan amassed 22. Week 1 of this series, Shane McGurk amassed 28.
100.
Interestingly, there has been a group
60.
where it was won on 18 points, and it was a double start week. 3 players tied on 18 in the end. Jim McEwan actually won that group on 18. Steve Brown and Robert Thornton were the other 2. And then it went
40.
14, 12, 10
John,
for
you
the other
require
players. But you can
161.
understand that being so close, because double starting itself was always going to be a leveller.
82.
In terms of the standard format, I'd be surprised if we had.
60. John, you require 79. Game shot on the second leg. John Michael.
Yeah, it was just John Michael. He opted to go a strange route there.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Bedded the bullseye in the end, but usually you go on the 19s there, and John Michael, opting for that risky route, managed to make it work for himself in the end.
43.
Well, he's swapping a dart at tops for a dart at the ball.
100.
I suppose the danger kind of is if you do hit the treble 19, you've got the double 11, which some people don't like.
97.
Tend to avoid those doubles that break down into a single number.
100.
First week of this year, of course. Matthew, Group A was won with just 14 points. It was played over just 2 days.
100. 100. 83. Mike, you require 161. $58. John, you require 118.
Oh, what's he up to now?
93.
Well, John Michael just wants
Mike,
to
you
play
require
on the ball for
103.
finishers. He's not interested in the outer ring. It's a strange time to start changing your plans.
52.
Yeah, I've never
John, you
seen that
require
attempt before on
25.
a 118. That's a new one.
Game shot on the third leg.
Maybe down
John
the
Michael.
Luke Littler school of thinking.
Yeah, I think it's the type of shot that a Littler would do when he's already through, when he's already
Fourth
got
leg,
that
It's John to throw first.
24
Game
points by now in a Group A. But John Michael's doing it in the heat of battle here.
85.
Maybe just trying to show a bit of authority. Show that maybe he feels the result's already in the bag.
85. $60. $140.
Well, he has got the advantage now. John Michael, a break to the good. In this
60.
game, the last 5 matches have all been won by the player throwing first. In fact, the only match won against throw today was Michael
60.
Huntley's win against Jim McEwan in the first game, the only game that didn't go the full distance.
135. Check 125.
There we see a little bit of respect between the players. John Michael, in correcting the score there, has
140.
put himself on a non-finish when, had he just kept quiet, he'd have been on a finish.
41. Mike, you require 76.
But the break back is on.
68. John, you
I'm
require
going to call it now. If John Michael
130.
gets a treble with his first start, he won't entertain it with a second. He wants the ball. Oh. He wants double 5 instead.
125.
Should have gone for the single and the ball, John.
Mike, you require 8. No score.
Big
John, you
moment
require 5.
in the context of this match, the context of this group. That is beautiful for the way John Michael's
Game shot on
darts
the
lie.
fourth
You just
leg, John
expected
Michael.
that one to go on top. We sort of had an apology there, but
Fifth leg, it's Mike
Michael
to
Huntley
throw
wasn't even
first.
looking. He was looking the opposite way.
Game
So
on.
he's now had a fist bump and an apology spurned by opponents so far this week.
100.
Still good to see. I know he's missed half a dozen darts at double in this game, Huntley, but it's still good to see he's just finding that
140.
that line. Much, much better today.
$60.
It's like the fist bump debate, though, isn't it? The apology. Do you agree with it? Do you not agree with it? And some people don't agree with it, then end up doing it. I mean,
140.
what's your stance on it? Have you ever won a leg, Murph?
I thought you were going to say, have you ever apologised for anything? Yeah, I've
100.
won the odd leg. It's taken a lot longer than any of the legs that we'll see today. But I certainly haven't apologised for it, even when my opponents missed
100.
tens of darts at double. And I think that's part of it as well. People say when someone's had a dart at double, they should have won a leg, but it's part of winning the leg, isn't it, hitting the double? I could claim that, well, I should have won that leg, but I didn't hit any trebles.
121.
Only one treble required here for John Michael if he fancies getting the job done here.
It's probably the
57.
hardest one as well, psychological-wise, because it's the one that wins or loses. It's the dart that's got the most focus on. You can hit a ton and it's okay, and that's still missing 2 out of the 3.
John, you require 64. $32.
Well, Huntley will get an opportunity to stay in this
56.
game. Double 10.
36.
Yeah, he's just
John, you
struggling in
require
that department,
32.
and that's why John Michael may be winning this game handsomely. Double 8. Oh, he's a little lucky there. That hasn't gone in the double 11,
16.
but it hasn't gone in the double 8 either.
Mike, you require 20.
And Huntley will get more chances. He's missed 8 darts at double in this game already. And that one's not even close. Double 5 can't come inside.
$15.
Does come inside in the end.
John, you require
Will that
16.
spell the end?
To put himself firmly at the top.
Game shot under match. John Michael.
And that's exactly what he does. Huntley's little winning streak is ended by John Michael, the league leader, and that could be the most significant result we've seen so far in Group A. A 4-1 success for the best player from Greece, and he put some distance between himself and the rest of the field. Bradley Roose now 4 points behind John Michael. He can close that gap, though, when he takes on David Cameron. Up next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. In the middle match of Wednesday, well, the direction of Group A is starting to be determined. John Michael with a win over Mike Huntley before the break has put the Greek great top of the table with a 4-point buffer, and that will remain if David Cameron can get the better of Bradley Roose in this one. Roose is the next closest player to the league leader. He can cut the gap to a couple of points. However, David Cameron will want to keep his hopes alive, and those hopes are now pretty faint for him and Jim
First
McEwan,
leg, it's David to
because they
throw
are
first.
6 points
Game
off
on.
the pace with only 6 points to play for. It means that if David Cameron does not win this
134.
match, then he will not be winning this group.
$41.
Jim McEwan, sorry, mate. Jim McEwan and Ivo Lexa both on 12 points as well. Apologies, yeah, it's 6 points to play for
22.
after this match.
He's not quite been at the races, has he, David Cameron, today? Been a little bit hit and miss at times, a little bit
60.
inconsistent. Not the David Cameron that we know, the guy who's sat currently top of that CDC Order of Merit, which is played
60.
over in America and Canada, as links over to the PDC, where players come over to play in the Grand Slam, the World Championship.
43.
So it might be a year we see quite a lot more of David Cameron.
100.
Certainly if he can stay up on that list. We'll probably be seeing quite a bit
83.
more of him this week, because he's now got one almighty mountain to climb if he is going to get himself to the top of this table.
43.
It's at that point really where, if David Cameron does actually win, all eyes turn to John Michael, who will
60.
become
David
sizable
require
favourite.
142.
Yeah, absolutely. It's massive for David Cameron, who's looking at tops for a massive finish.
102.
He'd only have 4 points to play for after this, and he'd be 6 behind, as
100.
mentioned.
David, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. David
So he has to
Cameron.
win, and he's made a very authoritative start. Are we at the point,
Second
and I
leg,
didn't
it's Bradley
think
to
we'd be
throw
saying
first.
this, but are we at the
Game
point
on.
where John Michael has probably won the group if
55.
Cameron beats Roose here?
I think that's a quite fair assessment, because people could only really get level with him from that point.
83.
That's where those leg difference then really comes into play, but also then you look at head to John Michael's fixtures, and he's probably got
39.
two of the most inconsistent players to play from today's form, that being David Cameron and Ivo Lexa.
Yeah, but also both players that
22.
could still be in that race of trying to get level with him. For Lexa, it's a big ask because he's got a hugely disadvantaged leg difference, hasn't he? He's
45.
-5. All the other players in the race are on positive leg difference. But yeah, I think you're right. It's not only that Cameron and
45.
McEwan in particular need to win their matches, but they need to start winning them well.
The disappointment for
58.
Bradley is so evident to see.
$83.
Maybe a hangover from that previous game, because if he'd won it against Ivo Lexa, he would be in such a strong position here, just 2 points behind Michael, just trying to match him
96.
and see how it all plays out between now and the end of the day. But if he loses this game, he can then only finish on 18 points. It's all in John Michael's hands.
58.
And that after Bradley beat John in the pair's first game today.
60. $41. Bradley, you require 148. 58.
Stray dart with the last dart there for Cameron means no finish possible.
44.
I think we've seen that quite a lot
Bradley,
today.
require 90.
Frustration. Because the importance, the players know what is on the line here today.
$44. David, you require 125. 65. Bradley, you require 46.
So to level the match in the early exchanges, 2 at tops.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs
second
one.
leg. Bradley Roose.
Well, it wasn't a memorable leg, but you can see that Bradley Roose
Third leg, it's
was
David to
very,
throw
very
first.
happy to have won it.
Game on.
Getting a little bit fired up here, isn't he?
60. 43.
Sometimes though, if you're not feeling it and you're trying to force it through,
108.
can actually have negative effects as well, because it sort of gives you that sort of false sort of vibes that as soon as it goes wrong, you're just overwhelmed with disappointment.
81.
You do get that sort of vibe here from Bradley that he is playing with disappointment, despite the fact he's well and truly in this race. He's
41.
only 4 points off the top.
Yeah, really needs to remember that. He's the one who really can catch John Michael. If he wins this match, that becomes 2 points.
125.
And then he'll be hoping for the man that he's trying to beat here to beat John Michael.
81.
Between now and then, Jim McEwan and Ivo Lexa will go head-to-head. Whoever loses that match will be officially
140.
ruled out of the race.
David, you require 139. 99. Bradley requires
Chance here for Bradley Roose.
112.
Cameron is waiting on tops, but only needs 1 treble, and he's got it already. Well, it is a long way off, but was he going for the treble unnecessarily there? It has become quite a fashionable thing for players to go for that treble 12. Or did he pull it by such a distance that he's just missed a single and done that?
88. David, you require 40.
Regardless of what the plan was, it was a mess.
Game
And a
shot on
mess
the
that has
third
been
leg.
punished.
David Cameron.
Bradley Roose, literally the
Fourth
closest
leg,
player
it's
to
Bradley
John
to throw
Michael, so
first.
John Michael is going
Game
to
on.
absolutely be loving what he's seeing here with David Cameron. Final fixture in
140.
this round of fixtures is Jim McEwan against Ivo Lexa. A chance for McEwan to go on to 14 points. We could have that
100.
situation here where we've got, well, same for Ivo Lexa actually. He wins, he goes on to 14. So we could end up with 3 players on 14.
140.
Means that the Group B race is going to be an interesting one right down to the finish.
Yeah, and we may soon be turning our attention to that.
100. 140. 100. Bradley require 81.
So for 2-2, it's a good leg of darts, this from Bradley Roose. A far cry from the previous one he won. That took 26 darts.
Game shot on the
This
full
one
flag.
Has
Bradley
taken
Roose.
just 11.
Fifth flag, it's David to throw first. Game on. $140.
Can see an instant change in his demeanour as well there, Bradley Roose, having had a good leg. Respected by Cameron as well.
100.
That's more of a European thing, isn't it? That slap of the hands rather than a handshake. It's like a low five.
100. $140.
Well, it gets Roose level with Cameron in what could be a pivotal leg here. If Bradley can nick this one, he'll be throwing
59.
for the match.
$140.
Well, he's really turned it on here, hasn't he, Bradley Roose? An 11 darter in the last leg, and he's on for a possible 12 to back that up.
100. Bradley, you require 121.
Double 14.
Game shot on a fifth
Certainly
flag.
has backed
Bradley
it up.
Roose.
Wonderful, wonderful surge this from the youngster. Just 23 darts to win the last
Sixth
two
flag,
legs.
it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Like a switch has just been flicked.
$97. $59. $41.
Reminder that a win for Bradley would put him
$98.
touching distance of John Michael, would just be a couple of legs away. Or a couple of points away, should I say.
140.
Well, again, David Cameron stayed at a similar level all this match. And Bradley Roose has just turned it on for the last couple of legs. If you consider that
60.
his average is 87, which is respectable, but the last two legs, his average has been about 130. So where he was before that,
140.
he's done really, really well to dig himself out of not just a position in the match, but the level of performance he was producing.
140.
He's given himself
Bradley
a real
require
chance
83.
at still topping this group.
Bullseye.
42.
Yeah, it was a big distance
David, you
away, but
require
he shouldn't let that
144.
trouble him too much. Cameron can try and trouble him here.
$96. Bradley, you require 41.
So to close the gap to the top of the table on tops,
21.
but he can't quite
David, you
climb to the
require
top.
48.
Same target for Cameron. Over to the 10s. Last chance saloon.
28.
Oh, it's a fine effort, but it
Bradley, you
might
require 20.
be the final nail in the coffin.
2 10s.
Game shot.
Brilliant, Bradley
Unmatched.
Roose totally
Bradley
turned
Roose.
that tie around. 4-2 success to conquer David Cameron. And that win closes the gap to the top of the table. Bradley Roose now is just a couple of points behind John Michael. As for David Cameron, he can no longer win the group, and his attention will turn to fighting for a place in Group B. The same scenario will happen for one of the next two players. Whoever loses between Jim McEwan and Ivo Lexa will also be out of the race. Things are getting clearer and clearer here at the MODUS Super Series. So David Cameron drops out of the race to win Group A here at the Super Series, and one of these two players will follow him in falling through the tungsten trapdoor. Jim McEwan and Ivo Lexma going head-to-head for the right to stay in the fight and to keep alive their hopes of catching Bradley Roose and John Michael. Michael, the league leader, on 18 points. Roose has 16. This pair have 12, but just 6 points to play for. So one of them will turn their attention and their efforts to getting in Group B. But of course, winning this match will make that prospect more likely as well. It's third place McEwan against
First
fifth
leg,
place
it's Jim to throw
Lexma,
first. Game on.
who will get to 14 points.
Feels like quite a while since we've seen Jim McEwan now, and that's probably a good thing for Jim because it's not really been his day so far. A couple of disappointing
23.
performances. Losing 4-1 and 4-3. Lost the opening game to Michael Huntley, a player who only
100.
won one match so far up until that point. Losing that by 4-1. Then followed that with another defeat to John Michael, who's got the hat-trick over him. That was in game number 5.
140.
Since then, he's had 3 games off, which would you give him a bit of time just to
57.
spend some time on the practice board and just sort of try and get some casual throws, try and find that release point. And, well, it appears to have done him good so far.
He was so
135.
accurate with his second dart of this match, and it just went into the back of the first. No score for that.
96.
Who was it? Which player was it who did the triple Robin Hood?
John Bowles at the World Championship.
Oh yeah, the Bulldog.
137. $95. Jimmy require 66.
Jim McEwan looking to grab the first leg here.
$46. Evo, you require 153.
153 for Lexma is not going to go, so McEwan will return for double 10 to take the first leg on throw.
93. Jimmy required 20. Game shot on the first leg, Jim
And
McEwan.
he does do that, and he is clinging on to contention for top spot. It does still seem unlikely. It relies on John Michael slipping up in both
Second
of his last
leg,
2
it's Evo to
matches.
throw first. Game
You
on.
mentioned at the start of the show that he was joint favourite before a dart was thrown today, despite trailing Michael in the league table. Do you think that Jim McEwan's reputation has
60.
preceded him slightly with the bookmakers?
Well, he's not really been the same since actually picking up that series title. We did look over his record yesterday while he was playing, and since picking up the overall series
95.
title, he's had a couple of attempts down here now to get through and has been disappointing on both occasions. Not just because he hasn't got through, but disappointed in terms of the
134.
level of performance.
$134. $60.
Some signs of frustration there for Evo. None of those darts found the mark.
These are finding the mark, though.
180.
Tightly packed in, that taper barrel that we spoke about, promoting the tighter grouping.
96. Jimmy require 92.
But he did thrash Ivo Lexma 4-0 when they met on Monday, did Jim McEwan, And he's
It's
already
on the second
halfway to the
leg,
same
Jim
scoreline
McEwan.
here after a wonderful 11 darter. A 180 followed by a 92 clean-up in 2.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Suddenly,
Game on.
the real Jim McEwan has stood up.
$140.
Look at that.
85.
He may only be 2 legs, but he could be halfway through this match, Jim McEwan, and on course to post the best performance we've seen all week.
$60.
Did see an average over 100.
140.
Best average we've seen so far this week came yesterday, Tuesday's play from Bradley Roose. 98.09. Before that, on Monday,
62.
it was actually Lexa who averaged 95.39, the best average of the day, but he also averaged the 3 worst averages of the day.
96.
Yeah, started well on Monday, but then had those 2 really devastating defeats in the middle of the day, 4-0. One of them to Jim McEwan. That's left him a long, long way off the pace in terms of the leg difference. That could be really important,
59.
even if it's not for winning the group, in terms of trying to get into Group B. It feels like this match is more of a battle for Group B than realistically winning the group now.
96.
But you're not out until you're out, and Jim McEwan won't be if he wins 2 more legs. John Michael does play in the next
60.
game, so he could
Evo, you require
as good as wrap the
84.
group up if he beats David Cameron.
$28. Jim, you require 120.
It's always going to be a difficult dart
60.
to get by and
Evo,
into
you
that
require
treble, and it just
56.
allows Lexa the opportunity to break. Hasn't thrown a double yet in this
Game's
game,
on
but
the
now he
third
has.
leg. Evo Lexma.
He's got into the game.
Fourth leg, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Seen this so much, haven't we? A player break the throw, then instantly give it straight back. No one really able to take control, and that obviously reflected in the league
58.
table as well.
Jim McEwan currently sits in 3rd, provisionally heading for Group B.
140.
A reminder, whoever loses this match will not be in contention to win the group. It would mean that the winner of this game, Bradley Roose and John Michael, would be
43.
the only players that could do that. Even if McEwan wins this game, that chance to win the group would go immediately if Michael were to beat Cameron in the next one. I say McEwan
58.
rather than Lexa, who would still be in contention if he won the game, but not really, because his leg difference is so inferior that he'd be looking at John Michael not only losing, but losing
59.
by massive margins, and him winning by the same sizable scorelines.
$133.
Good thinking by McEwan to use the 19 so he can set up the opportunity for the 170,
58.
which makes you think
Jim, you require
he's
170.
left it knowing that Evo was back on 3-4-1. Will he go for the ball? We'll never know.
$40.
Well, he's gone from the big fish to the little fish.
$100. Jim, you require 130.
That's the same question, can't we? Would he bother going the bull route here? This time we will find out, but I'm sure it'll be a 10 for tops.
90. $57. Jim, you require 40.
Usually absolutely adores this target. Jim McEwan once sent double top a Valentine's Day card.
20. Evo, you require 126.
It's been an on-off relationship this week, mind.
Yeah, maybe he didn't put a fiver in it.
$95.
Wasn't
Jim,
quite
you
sure whether
require
that treble
20.
19 was in, but it was, and he went for the bull.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
Well,
Jim
he's-
McEwan.
Love affair with tops might be on ice, but he's well acquainted with double 10 this week, and McEwan now is one
Fifth
more
flag
double
is
away
Jim to throw first.
from
Game
getting
on.
rid of Ivo Lexma, pulling the lever on Lexma and sending him out of the race.
$100. $140.
Far better, though, from McEwan. I did question if those couple of games off, that bit of time between games might help him, and it really has. And he's still got a mathematical chance of winning this group, but
60.
I think the priority for Jim here is just make sure he gets into that group B.
81.
And that's the second best prize for him. It looks like it will be with either John Michael or Bradley Roose, whoever doesn't win this group. And then joining Group B, Jeff Smith, Andy Hamilton and Tommy Morris. That's not going to be easy to get through.
140.
I think sometimes there's an assumption that a player that narrowly misses out on topping Group A will
100.
automatically get through Group B, but it doesn't always happen. Players used to say, I'd rather play another couple of days. Well, would you? And then not make it through to the final? I think you'd rather be through.
139.
And there is a group winners bonus in Group A as well, so it's well worth finishing top for multiple rewards.
100. Jimmy requires 62.
Treble 18 for double 4. Nicely
Big shot
done
and the match
by Jim McEwan, who keeps his faint hopes alive of topping this table and making it through to finals night, but even better chance of being in Group B for Jim McEwan, and that just harms the opportunity for Ivo Lexma. He won't win the group, he can't win the group, he can still get into Group B, but that is a huge dent in his chances and a huge win for a very impressive Jim McEwan. But it's back to the league leader next. John Michael faces David Cameron. Well, the picture is starting to become much, much clearer in this group. Let's take a look at the results that have happened so far. And, well, Mike Huntley had a really good start to the day. 2 wins for him, having only got 1 win for the rest of the week. But it's a different Michael, John Michael, that is storming away with the table. A couple of victories for him in his last couple of games. And John Michael, Matthew, is looking like it's now a matter of time as to when he wins this group.
We'll say that, but he's got his hands full here with David Cameron. We know what David Cameron's capable of. Yes, he hasn't shown it yet today, but we know what he can do, and I think this could be a bit tricky. And with John Michael knowing that the group win is now within touching distance, we may see a little bit of nerves start to creep into this one.
Yeah, we're just seeing some important moments for him, particularly that win against Jim McEwan, and then beating Michael Huntley as well so convincingly after the way that he'd played today. He's just sort of showing that focus that we did see a bit of yesterday, isn't he, to get over the line.
I think Michael Huntley there, the key thing that you picked out. Jim McEwan picked up it on the start of the day when he was about to go play him. We had the interview with McEwan who says, I kind of want to beat Huntley, then hope Huntley goes and beats the rest. I think all the players would have had that sort of attitude today, to look at Huntley as being that player who could do them the favours. And right now, he's done all the favours for John Michael.
The main rival is Bradley Roose, who was starting to look like he might be out of it when he lost out to Ivo Lexa. But we saw a real spell from Roose in that last match to keep himself in contention.
Some real quality, wasn't it? 11 darter, followed it with a 12 darter as well. Just when at that point he was looking like he was starting to slip away and sort of get out of contention, not just for the match, but we was looking at the table thinking, well, this could pretty much be his opportunity gone, thus the way that the table has broken down in this group. But real good quality, showing some real fighting spirit.
Let's do that now. Let's look at the league table. We have just told you here in comms that a few players have now dropped out. So David Cameron can't win the group anymore, neither can Ivo Lexa. Jim McEwan still has an outside chance. Bradley Roose, the main rival for John Michael. But are we suggesting if Michael wins the next game against David Cameron, then that will pretty much be it?
It could be. I think that's, I'm not going to say anything's it with this group and the way this has broken down. The negative for John Michael, though, is he hasn't really had big enough wins. That legs difference column isn't too much in his favour. So it could end up getting a little bit tight, but this is pretty much the one. Get this one done. He's got Ivo Lexa in his last game, who has been a little bit inconsistent today, probably a little bit more like day 1 today than day 2. So I think he'll fancy his chances in that one. So this one could be the one that sort of seals the deal.
Right, let's get it on, shall we? Yeah, David Cameron about to take on John Michael. If Michael wins, he takes a step closer to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. Indeed, come along, check out the action here at the MODUS Super Series. Up close, personal look at some top quality tungsten tossing live on the stage here in Portsmouth. And that man, John Michael, may well be there this Saturday. He's getting closer and closer. Can Cameron crash the party? We're about to find out. He can't win the group himself, but of course he wants to get into Group B. And he will move on to 14 points level with Jim McEwan if he wins this game. If he does win this game, he will also keep McEwan in the race to win the group. Bradley Roose certainly in that race. He's only 2 points behind John Michael. But if Michael wins, it then is just between himself
97.
and the young Dutchman who faces McEwan in a couple of games' time.
81.
Just having another look there at the legs column. +3 in favour of John Michael over his nearest rival, Bradley
41.
Roose. You asked if he could get the job done here. Maybe a 4-1, 4-0 might be what is required to sort of see him over the line.
95.
Yep. Roose is 2 points behind and then 3 legs behind.
60.
If Michael were to win this heavily, it would make the task even tougher for Bradley Roose. And I think the fact he's got Jim
24.
McEwan next makes it tough anyway, because McEwan played very well in his last match when he beat Ivo Lexma 4-1.
55.
In regards to the head-to-head stats so far for the week, nothing in this one. Both won a game each. David Cameron winning the meeting when the two met on Monday. And
100.
John Michael winning the game when they played yesterday.
60.
Don't worry, I did. John McEwan in our little studio chat then. A lot of first names on the screen right now.
60. 60. David, you require 141.
141 for Cameron to break. Yes. Options. Double 12.
Game shot on the first leg, David Cameron.
And that is an absolute blockbuster. Not that you'd know it from his reaction, all in a
Second
day's
leg,
work
it's
for David
to throw
Cameron.
First. Game on.
I think there'll be no reaction really for David Cameron on the basis that he probably now knows his
140.
chance is over, and he'll be aware of that as well in terms of winning this group. But there's still that Group B possibility as well, which does have its advantages.
125.
Only 5 players playing that Group 3 qualify, so a mathematical benefit and opportunity. He'd also be in there with fellow Canadian Jeff Smith.
58.
Sometimes it's always nice just to have a bit of a familiar face in the practice room as well.
100. 81. 100.
Well timed that, because it looked like Michael was in danger of disappearing in this tie pretty quickly.
$55. John, you require 96. 56. David, you require 167.
Well, he took out 141 to win the opening leg. How about a 167? Oh, very close to getting a go at the bullseye.
99. John, you require 40.
But the break may be cancelled out. Michael has 3 at tops.
Game shot on a second leg, John Michael.
It's frustrating as well when you stood there and you think, I've just took out a 141, I've had that big hit, that
Third
big
leg,
moment,
it's
and
John to
essentially
throw
now
first. Game on.
counts for nothing. But John Michael again getting that rhythm and pace going. We've seen him do this a few times where he starts sort of stomping around the stage and picking up the pace of the throw, and it normally
28.
produces some good darts. That's produced his second maximum of this game.
100.
I've seen him do this a few times over the last couple of days, John Michael, where it looked like a little bit of vulnerability in the early
99.
part of a match, and then suddenly he's taken control. Almost like a decision that he's had enough, and
134.
he's going to be the aggressor. He's going to own the stage.
He could own the first ticket on Saturday
60.
night.
John, you require 87.
Well, that suggests he wanted to have a go at the
41.
bullseye.
He has been having random pokes at it throughout the day.
$100. John, you require 46.
Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. John Michael.
Very quickly he turns this around, John Michael. David Cameron had that stunner of a checkout in the opening leg to break, but
Fourth
Michael
flag,
has
it's David to throw first.
completely
Game on.
assumed command of the tie since then. I was going to use the word unapologetically,
44.
but that wouldn't really suit John Michael, would it? Get out of the way. Now he's apologising for David now. And a fist bump into the piece. The full John Michael greatest hits catalogue there.
85. $97.
I don't know why, but I just had the most random thought when you were saying that. That
100.
all of a sudden, like, I get this vibe like going round to John Michael's for dinner would be a great experience.
100.
That seems like a very accommodating guy.
60.
We've been pretty shameless in the commentary box this week, to be fair. I've been asking for a pair of his shoes, Jim McEwan's darts. Now you're asking for a dinner invitation.
81. $60.
If you've never seen John Michael make his entrance onto a big stage, make sure you look that up at the end of play.
41.
He gives it the full Greek dance. I wonder if he'll be dancing come the end of the day. Maybe on Saturday night.
60. David, you require 138.
I think if he wins the group, he should do it. Should treat us to the dance.
98. John, you require 136.
Well, he's had a few biggies this week.
96. David, you
135,
require
149. Doesn't add the 136.
Game shot on the fourth flag. David Cameron.
I think that's been a bit of a vibe about the players as well, hasn't it? A shake of the head after being
Fifth
successful.
flag. It's John to throw first.
I think they all
Game
feel
on.
that maybe this group was there for the taking. All but lacking that tiny bit of consistency.
36. $140. $59.
Be an interesting addition to finals night. John Michael, should he get there?
100.
I think we'll see a different character in front of an audience as well.
59.
Yeah, I agree. We might see the light-heartedness come out of John Michael.
100.
Might not see it here though, because he's now getting himself into a little bit of bother. What at one point
60.
looked like he was racing his way
David, you require
to
161.
the top of the table, to the point where he was going to all but seal the group. David Cameron hitting him back here.
45.
David Cameron, reminder, cannot win the group, but he can still qualify for Group B. McEwan,
140.
Bradley Roose, the only two players
David, you
that
require
are able to catch
116.
John Michael, and they've got each other in their next fixture. He took this out earlier.
98. John, you require
Might be making it
147.
8 times 2.
59. David, you require 18.
Double 9, straight for it. Is that a help or a hindrance? It could be. A bit of a nuisance, that dart. Oh, actually, he's left it quite open.
No score. John, you require 88.
It was leaning in, but it was only blocking the small edge of the double. It's double 7
81.
for John Michael.
David, you require 18.
Well, Cameron's decision to bust has left him still on that double, and he's got the same problem here.
Game shot on a fifth
But
flag.
it's no problem
David Cameron.
for Canada's Cameron, who might be making the end of this group even more exciting as it might have been, because
Sixth flag.
a
It's David
defeat
to throw
for John
first.
Michael opens the
Game
door
on.
for Bradley Roose.
$26.
That opens the door for John Michael.
$60. $60. $60. $100.
One thing I have noticed about John Michael, he sort of commands a stage in his own way, but doesn't use all of the stage. He's not a big fan of the
68.
exclusion zone, John Michael, at times. Just walks straight down it.
$58.
Reminds me of that football chant. He does what he wants.
$140.
It's the type of thing, isn't it, that you might get pulled up by some referees, but they've also got to manage the other player as well. And if they're not
140.
noticing it or being bothered by it, then you're kind of putting it in their head.
Yeah, it's one of those things that will only really get picked upon
95.
if the other player's got an
David, you
issue.
require 117.
Yeah, there are some sort of ambiguous ones. That is one. No ambiguity in this, though, as Cameron
Game
crashes
shot
it
at the
in
match, David
for a
Cameron.
117 checkout and a damaging defeat to John Michael, who loses that game 4-2. He's not happy. He knows that he had everything in his own hands, but it might have just been ripped out of his hands now, because Cameron's victory keeps Bradley Roose in the race. Roose in second place. He's going to take on Jim McEwan in a couple of games' time, but before that, Ivo Lexa faces Mike Huntley. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, your daily fix of darts. And up next, Mike Huntley, who has managed to pick up a couple of wins today. 2 out of 3 for the Welshman. Takes on Lexa, who still has ambitions of making it into Group B. A win here would take his tally to 14 points, tied with David Cameron and Jim McEwan. One of those, though, is going to get to 16 as a minimum because they play each other in the penultimate match of the day. So he's not only going to need to win to keep his hopes alive here, he's going to need to win
First leg,
pretty
it's Evo
handsomely
to throw first.
because of 2 4-0 defeats yesterday. Sorry, on Monday.
140.
Against those 2 players, they could prove to cost Lexa. Can he get a win over a reinvigorated Huntley, who I have to say has been much improved so far today?
81.
Oh, significant
100.
from Michael Huntley. Far, far better. He did have a bit of a return to that form in the last game. Problem was on the finishing, 1 from 12 on the outer ring, but he'll be more than
85.
happy with picking up a couple of victories and against 2 of the likely runners for this group. You know,
60.
maybe he'll fancy his chances in a Group C campaign.
$135. 60.
As things stand, I mean, David Cameron would also be in a Group C campaign, which I know there'll be a lot of people out there would have fancied him as a value punt to win this group.
78.
Cameron did top the
Evo, you
group
require
after day 1.
141.
John Michael topped it after day 2. Mike
55.
Huntley has been bottom of it
Mike, you
really
require
since
122.
the start, after a very poor start, but he's turned things around for himself today and should take some confidence into Group C. A reminder, by the way, that the coverage is in the afternoon and evening on Thursdays and Fridays, so don't forget to join us from
106.
1 p.m. for that Group
Evo,
C.
you require 86.
Then it's 10 p.m. in the evening for Group B. B for Bullseye.
38. Mike, you require 16. Game shot of the first leg, Mike Huntley.
B for Boom. Or maybe Boosh. Remember Boosh? With Mark Holden and
Second
was it Paul
leg, it's
Whitworth?
Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's where to watch, but there's another place you could watch, and that is here at the Live Lounge. Tickets are available
100.
via dartshop.tv. Come and enjoy the action at a Super Saturday. And if you get your smartphone out now and scan that
58.
QR code, that'll take you straight to the place to purchase tickets. I say purchase, they're absolutely free. Just a couple of quid admin fee for the booking transaction,
99.
but that's all you will pay. And you can have a unique night out based in Portsmouth.
98.
All the information on the website.
Now, I've been here for the last couple of Saturdays, and I can say that there have been some fantastic nights down there. The
132.
action on the stage, the atmosphere in the crowd and in the arena down there. It's been very,
58.
very entertaining
Mike, you require
in Portsmouth in
170.
Series 7. Highly recommended evening.
Yeah, it's been real good fun the last few weeks.
36.
May even see the John Michael dance if you're lucky.
58. Mike, you require 134. $30. 59.
Huntley's
Mike,
making
you
all the
require
running so far.
104.
Just get that sense that The adrenaline's gone for Evo now, and he throws with so much of it.
72. Evo, you require 170. $90. Mike, you require 32.
So double 16 for a 2-leg lead. Double 8.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike Huntley.
Lead doubled.
Third leg, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
Got to be so much encouragement
96.
taken here from Mike Huntley. Two days and one
100.
win, and he's now chasing down the possibility here, making it 3 wins.
57. $58. $58. $140. $41.
Well, this game, between the bottom 2 in the table, it's the least significant, really, of the remaining fixtures, or could be, depends how they pan out. But the next one certainly is significant because it presents Bradley Roose a chance to go top of the table.
99.
If he can beat Jim McEwan by a couple of legs, then not only will he go level on points with John Michael,
60.
but he can actually
Mike, you require
leapfrog him.
104.
And he's been positioned there all day as John Michael. Roose almost got top. They were level on leg difference and points at one point, but Michael stayed there on legs 1. And it's the wrong time to fall off the perch.
84.
He then plays in the game after against Ivo Lexa. Bradley Roose plays in the very last game of the day against Mike Huntley, and there'll be what seems like a
100.
shootout for Group B between
Mike, you
Jim
require
McEwan and David
20.
Cameron in between.
Almost every single game still with possibilities and
Game
things
shot on the
riding on
third
it.
leg. Mike Huntley.
This is fantastic from Huntley. He's now
Fourth leg.
got the
it's
double
Mike to
breaker
throw
throw
first.
on Ivo
Game
Lexa,
on.
averaging in the mid-80s. Huntley significantly better than his opponent here, and a chance for 3 victories in the same day.
Yeah, he may end up topping the daily
55.
table. In fact, something that John Michael hasn't done any day. Still cut on the last day, but Mike Huntley could end up winning
100.
4 out of 5 and being the best player to date. Who was the imposter that played on Monday and Tuesday?
100.
That would have been an interesting market to know what they would have priced that up as well, actually. The daily table winner today going into it as
47.
a sort of a side.
Yeah, everyone on 0 rather than with the points from the days before. Huntley would still have been the outsider, but I wonder what price it'd have been.
I would have said
100.
maybe anywhere between 16 to 28.
$83.
Well, he's absolutely bossing this one.
85.
This pair will be doing battle, it seems, a couple more times at least this week in Group C.
43.
Lexa just feeding the
Mike, you
shoulder.
require 161.
Feeling the pressure.
45. $94. Mike, you require 116. Six. Evo, you require 134. 54. Mike, you
So
require
to wrap it up in the
110.
most convincing fashion. I chose to stay there, but couldn't.
40. Evo, you require 80.
Double top then.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Evo Lexa.
And that's the Petter checkout from Evo Lexma.
5th flag. It's Evo to throw first.
That keeps him in the game.
Game on.
Huntley won't be winning 4-0. Would he be winning at all?
Can you
43.
think of any other dart player lookalikes at all? I know we've had Benitez, haven't we, for Gary Mawson?
Yeah, Stephen Bunting used to model himself on the Family Guy theme, didn't he?
43.
See, I think Pete Hudson looked more like Peter Griffin than Stephen Bunting.
Do get involved. Let that be
57.
our little social media challenge for you guys today. There was some guy in the newspaper recently claiming to be a dead ringer for Luke Littler, wasn't there?
100.
Do you remember the James Wade one as well? Someone thought that some builder was James Wade a couple of years ago.
I remember there was a story with John Terry
41.
and James Wade, wasn't there, where John Terry seen James Wade and James didn't know who he was. How can you not know who John Terry is?
81.
Yeah, tweet in or X in or
60.
whatever we've got to call it these days. At MSS Darts, and we will read out any good uns.
140.
Doesn't have to just be players as well. Feel free to do
100.
referees,
Mike, you
etc.
require 137.
The referee on the stage right now might be calling game shot very soon because Michael Huntley
57.
is on course for a third win of the day.
100. Mike, you require 80.
Just seen an 80 finish go. It's going to be a different way, though. It's going to have to go down to the 15s.
$55. Evo, you require 100.
Match start. It's come and gone for Huntley. He will get more.
60.
Will it be one? Will it be
Mike, you
two?
require 25.
If he can convert, it'll be 3 wins.
$9. Evo, you
Bows the head
require
in
40.
disappointment. The opportunity there again. He had chances yesterday, but was missing match darts.
Game
If
shot
he
on
wants
the
more
fifth
match
flag.
darts,
Evo
he's
Lexa.
going to have to wait. A 3-0 lead for Michael Huntley has been slowly reversed,
flag,
and
it's Mike to throw
Evo sees the
first.
funny side of it.
Game on.
Huntley wants none of it.
$13. $43.
A reminder, 4 big games to come.
140.
How big? Depends on the next one. Roose takes on McEwan.
77.
And John Michael, the league leader, up against Evo Lexma. McEwan against Cameron could be a winner-takes-all clash for Group B, and then Huntley against Roose. Will it be going down to the final game of the day to determine who wins this group and is the first player through to finals night?
57.
And if at the start of the day you'd have said to Bradley Roose, right, you're going to play Mike Huntley in your last game, if you beat him, you win the group,
100.
it would be a very different reaction to what you will get at the end of today.
39.
Really has done
Mikey
himself
require
proud.
128.
As Michael Huntley would have been very easy just to turn up, go through the motions and worry about another day, but
85.
he's came here today and dug deep and purely playing for pride, and it just shows that true sort of
97.
sporting style he's got.
Mikey require 43.
Yep, been classy today.
Game shot.
And
and
it's
the
another
match,
one.
Mike Huntley.
Another win for Michael Huntley, who sees off Ivo Lexa by 4 legs to 2. Takes his points tally to 8. 6 of those coming today. Lexa not at the races in that one, and Huntley took full advantage. Now, attention turns back to the title race, and the man in P2, Bradley Roose, looking to beat Jim McEwan to turn up the heat on John Michael. Jack Garwood, the referee, getting ready to oversee proceedings between Jim McEwan, the Series 5 champion here at the MODUS Super Series, and the man who is still in the mix to win this group, Bradley Roose, a young Dutchman, who is 2 points adrift of the league leader, John Michael, and 2 points ahead of Jim McEwan. McEwan himself, of course, who is harbouring outside hopes. He can still get to 18 points if he beats both Roose and David Cameron but would need John Michael to be beaten by Ivo Lexa. When he won his last match, Jim McEwan, he needed Michael to lose both of his games. Well, the first one's happened. David Cameron did get the better of John Michael, and that means that both of these players still have an opportunity. Who's going to have the best opportunity going into the final three fixtures? Well, that remains to be seen.
Game on.
And for Michael, he probably hopes that it is McEwan that wins, because then it remains totally in his hands. If Bradley Roose wins this, then he could actually find himself top of the table going into that last set of fixtures. So a big game. And we're going to have a couple of big games coming up.
Match number 42
26
of Group 8. 42 matches and we've still got 3 people in the running. That just shows how tight this group has been.
121.
And you spoke about that 18 points, didn't you? Has anyone ever won on 18 points? And we found the answer was yes, and it was Jim McEwan. In a double start week, 3 players were tied on 18. That could happen again.
100.
Here. He's the least likely. He's on 14. Needs to win his last 2 matches.
100.
And hope that his opponents, his rivals, lose theirs. Bradley Roose is making the early running, though. McEwan
60.
hasn't woke up
Bradley
yet.
require 140.
There's been quite a
120.
lot of slow starts from Jim McEwan. He thought he turned the corner in his last game, averaged 92.85 in his first victory of the day. That one over Ivo Lexa, but
140.
it seems to be going
Bradley
back to the
required
Jim
20.
McEwan of this morning.
Well, he thinks that Bradley Roose is going to hit this.
No score.
And he hasn't hit it. And Jim McEwan, had he gone for the bullseye with his last start, would have been on a finish. Went for a maximum instead of making sure he left an out shot. And he's given Bradley Roose that second chance.
59. Bradley required 20. Game shot on the first
And
leg.
he takes a
Bradley
second
Roose.
chance.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I don't think Jim's ever looked like a winner so far this week, has he? And it's not just in terms of what he's done on the stage, but sort of been in the practice room, been
40.
sort of slumped in the chair quite a bit. Just the way he spoke in that interview earlier on, it was like he wanted to get across the message that we've been getting across all along, that maybe he wasn't quite ready for this Group A
100.
campaign. Preparation is vital and key to feeling like you can produce your best, and with that, even when Jim McEwan is producing his best, he'll probably feel like it's going to
140.
stop at some point.
$60.
It almost was a champion again in that double start week. In the end, he reached the final, but in the previous series, he had 2 bites of the cherry and really didn't shine at all in Series 6, having
121.
won Series 5. Many of you who've been watching the Super Series for a while may well remember that night, because Luke Littler turned up to give Jim McEwan the trophy.
134.
Trophy that he'd won twice on the bounce.
$60. 171.
Beautiful setup play
Jamie
there
require
from Bradley, who
140.
sort of comes into a real good spell in the middle part of matches. He had that 11 and followed it with a 12 earlier on.
100.
Well, this
Bradley
one's a potential
require
13.
36.
Double 18 is the
Game shot on a second
target
leg.
here, and he
Bradley
hits it
Roose.
to double his lead. And if he wins by a two-leg
Third
margin,
leg, it's
he would
Bradley to
move
throw
top of the
first.
table. Things are changing
Game on.
fast in Group A. So if he wins by this margin, Bradley Roose will be level on points with John Michael, but a leg ahead, having the
78.
slight advantage going into the final three fixtures. And he'll know exactly where he is going into his match as well, because he plays the last match against Mike Huntley. If
140.
Roose gets a big win here, you could actually see both players move position in the table, because McEwan himself could end up falling behind David Cameron out of the top three.
140.
So as things stand, Bradley Roose top of the table.
$140. $60.
McEwan hoping to change that here.
121.
Launching an assault on the Dutchman's throw. Of course, if he does lose here, Jim McEwan, that will be it for him in terms of winning the group.
180.
And again,
Jimmy
out of
require
nowhere,
100.
a big, big visit. Another one in there.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, he hasn't
Jim
been
McEwan.
his usual sensational self on double top most of this week, Jim McEwan, but when he needed it, he got it twice.
Fourth flag. It's Jim to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
he gives a fist bump to Bradley. He didn't give one to John Michael, did he? I mean, maybe because he took out 100 with
60.
tops, and when John Michael offered it, he took out double three. So maybe there was a bit of context to it as well.
$59.
Potentially Jim McEwan thought that the intention from John Michael was a show of respect before a last leg decider, and it wasn't a last leg. I think that's what was going through his head,
92.
but I'm not a mind reader. He might have just been thinking, well, I won't say what he might have been thinking.
180.
But look, I don't mind that respect. We've had this conversation, but let's not get to the point where we congratulate every single good shot. Was it Roy Keane that once said you don't praise the
44.
postman for delivering letters? Are you the type,
98.
Matthew, that will be clapping the airline pilot for successfully landing your plane on a runway in Malaga?
No, but I've sat next to a few people that do, and not a fan of it. Not a fan.
It's when the pilot claps himself that I
100.
start to worry.
Bradley require 164.
I did actually see Adrian Lewis once take out a finish and respond to it by saying
140.
the following words: "Well done, me."
It's a very common thing that people do. They call out their own name after they have a
140.
bad shot, which
Bradley required 24.
if that was the case in this situation, I don't think Bradley would be saying his name too much. Again, down after 12.
And now needs 12 in the form of double six
Game shot
which
on
he
a full
gets
flag. Bradley Roose.
to return the breaker throw and put himself on the brink of a win. That will see him go top of the table.
Fifth flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Changing hands all the time. When McEwan won that previous leg, that put John Michael back on top of the provisional table. Now, Bradley Roose is occupying first place
60.
as it stands, as you see, by a leg. So if he does win 4-1 or 4-2, he will have the slight advantage going into the last three fixtures of the day.
60.
Been a good showing this from Bradley Roose. When he really needs a result, he's put on a performance.
And he's had to. McEwan averaging 94 in this one as well himself. He's not like McEwan's turned up and played like a slouch. He's putting in a good performance. It's just Bradley's been clinical.
Yeah, producing one of his best performances of the week, right
59.
at the crucial time. It's never a bad time, but there are certainly very, very good times to do it.
100. $100. 60.
McEwan not out of the race yet, not finished yet with Bradley Roose. 120 when he comes back.
58. Jimmy require 120.
Gets a go at tops.
100.
And now Roose has the chance
Bradley
to win
require
it with a whopper.
164.
Won't go, but McEwan's been very, very strong on the finishes, so the likelihood is
140.
he's not going to get shot this 24. 9
Jimmy
from
required
19
20.
today, Jim McEwan, 47.36%.
Well, that could
No
be that
score.
in terms of his chances, and
Bradley
Bradley might be
required
about to
24.
boost his. He might be becoming favourite to win this group. Double 12. Double 6. A similar dart to where he missed last time, and then he hit,
Shot
and he hits
and the
again.
match, Bradley Roose.
And Bradley Roose is now top of the tree in Group A, and maybe ruling the roost come the end of the day. Bradley bags the points and asks the question of John Michael by beating Jim McEwan, and then there were two in the race to top the table and make it through to finals night from Group A. It will be John Michael or Bradley Roose, and Michael is back in action next when he takes on Ivo Lexa. Right, well, 3 matches still to go in Group A and still 2 players in contention to win the group. The remaining fixtures will determine all. Here is what's happened so far today, and, well, just look at the 3 fixtures before the last 3. John Michael losing to David Cameron before Bradley Roose beat Jim McEwan, and that means that it is now a straight fight between Roose and Michael to top the table and get through to finals night. Roose is actually top of the table. He's on the same points as John Michael, but he's 2 legs better off after that 4-1 thumping of McEwan, who can't now win the group. He will play in the penultimate game of the day with a straight shootout against David Cameron for a place in Group B. Roose takes on Michael Huntley, who's had an excellent day today, winning 3 from 4 in the last match. But before any of those, John Michael is out to bat. He takes on Ivo Lexa in his last outing in the group, and it's an outing that he will feel he has to win, can afford to lose, and then Bradley loses worse than him, then could still end up winning the group. They could still change places, but just to confirm the exact situation for John Michael here, if he were to lose this match 4-1 or 4-0, then that would be it. Bradley Roose would win the group.
First leg, it's Evo to throw first. Game on.
However, I think that the man alongside me, Matthew Edgar, is likely to say that particular outcome is not looking likely.
I do
60.
fancy John Michael here in this one. We saw that, well, I'm going to say we saw a drop-off from Evo in the last game, which we
140.
absolutely did, but he appears to have refound his mojo.
100. $140. 100. Evo, you require 81.
Oh, this is some start.
Game
Wow,
shot on the
a
first
12
leg,
darter.
Evo Lexa.
John Michael
Second leg, it's John
is
to
in
throw
a game
first.
where
Game on.
he has to win to keep himself in contention. I mean, we haven't really thought
60.
too much about what if he was to lose this game quite heavy. That would be Bradley through.
137.
This is an exhibition of power scoring. It's John Michael just sort of glaring at the dartboard as if to say, stop giving him these things.
Well, he will be thinking what's happened in the last hour.
51.
John Michael had this group, I mean, he pretty much wrapped up, wasn't it? We're in the middle of the day saying, well, if he
100.
wins this match, he's more or less won it, John Michael. Ahead of his game against David Cameron, he lost that match. Bradley Roose since beat Jim McEwan, and now he finds
100.
himself, well, not only it being out of his hands, but he might end up being out of contention totally at the end of this one.
85. 60. 46. 76.
Does look like he's trying to
Evo,
adopt
you
that
require 133.
bit of extra pace, just trying to go along with the pace of Evo. Something we've seen John Michael be able to dip in and out of the various paces.
121. John, you require 154.
But this has to go.
And it may go.
Game shot on
It
the
has
second
gone.
leg.
That
John Michael.
is an absolute masterpiece by John Michael. Had to
Third
go,
leg,
did
it's Evo
go.
to throw
Is
first.
that the shot
Game on.
that he will look back on as the moment he grabbed this group for himself?
81. 135.
Oh, he's really up to here. This playing at a really nice pace, really nice on the eye, really good
41.
standard. Enjoyable watch here in game number 43.
140.
Yeah, super stuff so far. An 81 checkout in the first leg from Lexa, followed by that stunning 154 from his opponent.
82.
And Michael here is making progress against a throw.
Oh, he's up for it, isn't he, John
100.
Michael? Producing the best darts of the week.
140.
Got to be game of the week so far.
126.
Is that in? It is in. And
It's
that's
on
in
the
as well.
third
And that
leg,
is in
John
the sweet
Michael.
spot. Absolutely sensational. Darts from the gods.
Fourth leg, it's John
From
to
John
throw
Michael, who is taking Ivo
Game
Lexa to finishing school here. A brilliant bullseye to cap off the 126 off the back of a 154.
100. 85.
Making it look simple, isn't he, John Michael?
140.
Looking to regain that top spot temporarily. Would have to wait till the last game. Bradley
59.
Roose against Michael Huntley. But we want to give himself the very best opportunity, and that might be just
100.
not just winning, but winning strong.
$83. John, you require 161. 137.
He really has turned it on here, and this game is absolutely cooking.
77.
It won't
John, you
be
require
the
24.
big finish. Doesn't have to. Doesn't have to
18.
go for it. Was that the right thing to do? That remains to be seen.
40. John, you require 6. Game shot on fourth flag.
He's getting
John
everything
Michael.
right, isn't he, John Michael, in this match? Producing his best for last. 96.16
Fifth
the average,
flag, it's Evo to
50%
throw
on the
first.
doubles. 2 of those
Game on.
checkouts were in 3 figures. And it was all when his back was against the wall.
95. $100. $59.
I think the one thing that has happened is that these two players have found a pace that suits each other, haven't they? For about the only match today.
58.
Yeah, very easy watch this one. Two players both playing well, both playing fast.
100.
That is sat beautifully in. He'll be expecting another.
100.
Even moving around the stage quick now, aren't they? It's turning into a bit of a race.
100.
Well, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for John Michael. He needs to win as big as possible in his own mind.
140. Evo, you require 147. $57. John, you require 103.
He will at least pose a question to Bradley Roose. Well, is he going to make it 3 ton toppers?
71.
Not quite. He thought it might have been in there, John
Evo, you
Michael.
require
I
90.
think he still does.
That's bold. That is bold, not going for the
72.
20s to get a
John,
go
you
at the ball.
require 32.
And that could be that for Ivo Lexa. It's been a magical match,
16.
but it hasn't finished yet.
Evo, you require 18.
Come on, John, he says.
Game shot on the fifth
What we
leg.
said about
Evo
those
Lexma.
negative darts, and that could be a negative outcome, even though it's just a leg. How important could each and every
Sixth flag.
leg
It's John
turn out to be?
first. Game on.
Imagine if he was to lose out on qualification here by a leg and look back at that moment where he's had
100.
3 darts to get the job done.
And if he wins this match 4-2, that is exactly
59.
what could happen, Matthew, because if Bradley Roose then goes on to win 4-3, they'd have the same points,
140.
but Bradley Roose would win it on leg difference by 1 leg. So Roose now knows
96.
whatever the outcome of this match, any win,
100.
and he will be the winner of the group.
26. John, you require 161. $65.
Michael needs to at least make sure he does
140.
get
John, you
the
require
points that
96.
put the pressure on Bradley. And he can do that by landing double 18.
78. $115. John, you require 18. Game shot.
And there it
unmatched.
is.
John Michael.
Michael gets it done. A 4-2 success that turns up the heat on Bradley Roose. He has to go and get the job done in his last game. A win will do the job for Bradley, but John Michael has put the pressure on the young Dutchman, who will take on Michael Huntley in the final match of the day. Before that, though, we're going to see who will be going into Group B. It's a straight shootout for third place between Jim McEwan and David Cameron coming up next. Well, the first of two titanic tungsten tussles here at the MODUS Super Series for different reasons. This one between Messrs McEwan and Cameron will determine which of the pair will be in Group B in the evening sessions with the better chance of qualifying for finals night. And the one that follows will determine who makes it through to finals night without having to endure 2 more days' play on the Super Series stage. Bradley Roose has it in his gift. If he beats Mike Huntley in the final match, he will tip John Michael at the post. After Michael won that brilliant battle against Ivo Lexa, the other Dutchman in the group, just before the break. But this one, well, will separate a pair of players that cannot be separated.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Both players have played 14 matches. Both players have won 7. Both have lost 7. Both have got 14 points. Both have won 43 legs and lost 40 legs. Every single
100.
column reads exactly the same for this darting duo, but only one of them will head into Group B. The winner of this match, the loser, will do their
60.
darting in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
Got to be said, I didn't think this would be the outcome when these two was playing in match 44. But they both had moments of inconsistency, not bringing their best performances.
57.
Certainly Jim McEwan, who came here as a very, very recent champion. In fact, he was that much of a recent champion. He left the stage with the trophy, packed it in his car, and drove straight to the arena.
80.
His first WDF ranking title in 9 months, Jim McEwan. But it came at a cost. We know he struggled with fatigue earlier in the week. And you said at the start of the day it would be a disaster for him to be playing his trade in Group C. Do you stick by that? Do you think this is must-win for McEwan?
Absolutely.
83.
Maybe not so much for the fact I don't think he would get through Group C. I think he'd be fine in navigating a way through Group C. I just think it's just too much darts. And when it comes to Saturday, it would be a problem.
Yeah, it can be a 5-hour session, can't it? A Group C session compared
41.
to 3.5 in Group B. It's a couple of games fewer over the 2 days, but yeah, it's not just the matches, it's the amount of practice as well.
Well, you're on quicker in a Group B as well.
134.
You'll probably play a game, miss a game, play a game. It's the longest you'll ever be off is for 2 matches, where in Group C you can play a game, sometimes sit down for 3, depending how it comes, because sometimes you're
41.
on first and last, which
David,
none of the
require
players
44.
like.
Game shot on the first leg.
And the
David
first leg goes the
Cameron.
way of David Cameron, so the Chucky nightmare might be becoming a reality.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
For David Cameron, well, it's damage limitation really for the man who led the way after the first day's play.
92.
He had a bit of a bad one yesterday, winning only 1 match, but has won half of his games today. Looking for a positive record to end.
177.
That's how you respond to being broken in the opening leg.
108.
That's how you respond to someone open with 177. Everyone really raising it in the back part of the day, in the back part of the group.
Yeah, sometimes when it matters more, players can sort of feel that pressure and fold a little bit.
140.
It's the opposite. They're thriving.
$97.
Well, David Cameron on 132 will be starting
45.
on the bullseye.
David, you require 132.
But he won't be finishing on it.
64. Jim, you require 139. 99. David, you require 68. Game shot on his second leg, David
Well,
Cameron.
it's a breeze so far for the Canadian. Back-to-back 15 darters.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Seems to throw away a bit more trust as well, doesn't he, David Cameron? At times, I think, can become a bit over-deliberate with the delivery of the dart.
81.
But he's just trying to inject that touch of extra pace into the action. Just a little twizzle of the dart in the hand and away it goes.
60.
Significantly quicker. Now, last time Jim was here, you see this little set here where he just
40.
sort of stabs the dart. He was talking about how he changed his throw, where he has that little set on the first throw, and then darts 2 and 3 was a bit quicker, just thrown with that rhythm.
60.
You see him now just sort of setting each and every dart. So forward, back, forward. Oh, he's gone back. He's gone back to that. He's dipping in and out of styles.
I think you picked up on that actually when he said that
140.
last time. I think he didn't. I think you sort of made the point he didn't realise what he was doing. He'd made that decision to do exactly what you just said, but sometimes we're still
140.
setting darts 2 and 3, sometimes darts 2 or 3.
See what we get this time. Get that forwards, back. Yeah, forwards, back. Straight in.
82.
Sign of just not being settled. Dabbling between the two
100.
different Jim McEwan
Jim, you
techniques.
require 158. $42. David, you require 141. $105.
Beautiful.
Jim, you require
Now
116.
Jim McEwan, 116 to hold on to his throw. Or it could be a Group C campaign on the horizon. He's going to get a dart at tops.
96. David, you require 36. Game
He
shot
carries
the
on.
third leg,
Cameron carries
David
on.
Cameron.
McEwan may be miserable at the end of this.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
If he is going to get into Group B, he's going to have to win 4 unanswered legs. And he's going to have to do it against a man averaging
95.
900.
$100. $140.
Certainly is saving his best for last. It might be the best performance we've seen all week. Currently, the gold medal of
80.
performance going with Bradley Roose. Game number 4 on Tuesday, 98.09. This one at the moment over the 100 mark for Cameron.
$96.
He could win it in the most sensational style. Could be the maximum finish to end his campaign.
121. David, you require 170.
Well, will he go for it?
105.
But what he does do, he leaves it very, very handy. And it looks like he's going to be recording a 3-figure average. He will if he takes this out in 2.
90. David, you require 65.
But he
Game
couldn't
shot.
quite
On the
manage it
match, David Cameron.
in 2. He couldn't quite manage the 3-figure average, but he does manage a 4-0 whitewash win over Jim McEwan that sends David Cameron into 3rd place and into Group B. A fantastic display to end his campaign. You can't say he didn't deserve it after a performance like that. And it is that disastrous outcome for Jim McEwan, who will be plying his trade in Group C for the remainder of the week. What remains to be seen today is who will win the group, who will be straight through to finals night. Bradley Roose needs to win to take that place away from John Michael. Well, it all comes down to this. The final match of Group A will determine who will win Group A. Bradley Roose is a man trying to do just that. Can he be the one that is the first through to finals night on week 3 of MODUS Super Series 7? His opponent, Michael Huntley, well, he's bottom of the table, but he's had a great day today. He has managed to win 3 of his 4 matches, the exact same record as Bradley Roose coming into this one. So it's a clash between the 2 best players of the day, if you look at it that way. But Huntley is in to bat for John Michael, who currently sits top of the table.
It's Mike to throw first.
2 points clear of Bradley
Game
Roose,
on.
but he has the same leg difference. So that means that any win for Roose will be enough for him to take top spot.
Maybe a bit of bearing and stock in the fact that
97.
Michael Huntley has the advantage of throw as well. If it does go down to a last leg shootout, and it's 3 legs apiece, Bradley Roose, knowing he needs to win to go through, not only just go through to Saturday, but
59.
that sizable jump in terms of the prize money as well, the bonus for winning the group. Be a very, very nerdy leg trying to do that against the throw.
I think we should
85.
rename Huntley for this match to John Michael Huntley. because that's basically who he's representing here. The greatest ever player
60.
from Greece will be watching somewhere in the building. And hoping that Huntley can do to Bradley Roose
128.
what he's done to every other player apart from John Michael today.
97.
It is just one of those things how the day's played out, isn't it? Because had you asked me at the start of the day, you said
24.
Michael Huntley's going to play Bradley Roose in the last game. If Bradley wins, he goes through. Does he go through? I'd have said absolutely.
$100. Mike, you require 167.
Huntley, though, has 2 goes at 167, 2 visits to clean it up. May do it in 1. May do it. Well, he's thinking now. What do you fancy? Fireworks? Sense? Or showmanship?
142.
He chooses showmanship. He might wish he'd chosen sense.
$140. Mike, you require 25. $9. Bradley, you
Flyer.
require
I actually
45.
thought that was quite a nice little lie, that one there for Huntley. And Bradley, who's not really been in this leg.
5.
Had a couple of darts
Mike,
to
you
take it.
require 16.
Where is the camera on John Michael? I want to be watching his reactions here.
Game shot on the first leg, Mike Huntley.
I think he's just apologised somewhere in the practice room. As Huntley takes a leg for him
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw
against Bradley
first.
Roose.
Game on.
Huntley, by the way, will be back in action in Group C with Jim McEwan, Ivo Lexa,
59.
and the incoming trio of Jensen Walker, Alan Norris and Shane Hayward, the ADC qualifier, fellow ADC qualifier as Mike Huntley. And that action
41.
will get underway live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 1 p.m. It's a double dose of darts as always. Tomorrow, 10 p.m. for Group B, which could feature Bradley Roose, but he will hope not.
58.
In that group, well, David Cameron is a certainty. It'll be either Roose or John Michael. And then Jeff Smith of Canada, Andy Hamilton,
60.
the former World Championship runner-up, and Tommy Morris, who's been an explosive, entertaining watch every time he's been here.
100. $45. $100. $36.
Well, a great opening leg for Huntley could soon be wiped out. No treble in his first 12 darts, and not too many straight ones either. After the first dart, he'd throw more wayward
44.
darts than straight ones.
Bradley require 48.
Roose to get level. Not sure that was the intention, but he'll be happy enough to take aim at tops.
8.
He'll be back for it. We'll have to get a break at some point, Bradley, but that would be irrelevant if he doesn't keep holding his throat.
42. Bradley require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Bradley Roose.
All square. Bradley Roose breathes a sigh of relief. John Michael
Third
worries
leg,
on,
it's Mike to throw
watching
first.
on.
Game on.
We do actually have a comment in our chat stream on YouTube saying they agree. We should have a camera on the player to see the various reactions.
78.
They did do that, didn't they, in the World Cup, and it made for some very entertaining TV.
Yeah, well, often you'd have two players, wouldn't you? Because they'd have teammates on the stage. I remember one with Michael Van Gerwen and Adrian Lewis
60.
sat next to each other, providing more entertainment than Phil Taylor and Michael's partner on the stage. Can't remember which partner it was. May have been Barney,
100.
but yeah, Van Gerwen and Lewis were providing all of the entertainment. Obviously, that doesn't happen now at the World Cup because all the players are on the stage.
59.
Maybe we should just let John Michael sit on the stage. Pull up a chair, John.
See, I'd like to see it adapt even further.
100.
I'd like them to be a 3-person team, and you can only pick 2 out of your 3 to play, and you get a captain. Highest ranked player's captain. That'd make it interesting, wouldn't it?
60.
Which team would Paul Nicholson play for?
Australia.
The asset will be with us Saturday night
99.
at the Super Series. But
60.
who will be through to
Mike,
Saturday
you require
night from this group?
124.
Michael Huntley is making Bradley Roose work for it.
$108.
It's in a situation, really, where Bradley's sort of hanging around hoping for
39.
mistakes.
Mike, you require 16.
Significant drop-off in performance here from Bradley as the level of importance has significantly rose.
12.
It's something you'd feel like he'd be able to handle. He's probably been in this situation a few times in those couple of Junior World Championships that he's picked up.
59. Mike, you require 4.
Double one.
Game shot on the third
Found.
leg. Mike Huntley.
And Bradley Roose is really going to have to fight for this top spot.
Fourth leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Michael Huntley could yet be the player of the day. He could make it 4 from 5. But it would be John Michael that would be the big beneficiary of that in the end.
60. $99. $85.
Have you seen what you've done to me here, Murph?
99.
I'm just casting my eye over the YouTube chat here, and there's a comment in there saying Edgar said Nicholson was English on one of his Dart Tic-Tac-Toe videos. No, I argued the fact because Murph said he was English. He's
140.
not Australian. He's Australian. He's got an Australian passport. He represented Australia in the World Cup. Brad, you are incorrect. It was Murph that said. What are you doing to me?
And I was right. When he's here alongside you in the
81.
comms box on Saturday night, just listen to his accent and that will tell you everything.
100.
I think the funniest thing about all that was that someone actually asked Paul Nicholson himself to say, and he's wanted to stay out of it.
98.
Well, that argument may
Bradley
never be
require
settled, but the argument in
116.
this group will be settled at the end of this match. And this could be a big moment
80.
because Bradley has
Mike, you
missed.
require 124. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100
but he will return.
42. Bradley require 36.
For a level game.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Bradley
With
Roose.
everything going with a throw at the moment, if that continues, John Michael wins the group. Bradley needs to find something
Fifth flag. It's Mike to throw
on the
first.
Huntley throw.
Game on.
He's only got 2 more opportunities of which to do.
140.
Darts like that from Huntley are going to make it very hard to do.
$134. $60. $180.
Is this the moment? Is this when he makes his move? A 180
$125.
against a throw, and he should, well, he will be down to a finish first. And he has these spells, these little purple patches,
137.
so often right at the right time. There's not a chance in the world he's going to go for the ball for the 10 darter here, is there?
No, not in this situation. Absolutely not.
100.
But what a leg.
Bradley
We said he
require
needed
50.
to do something big. He needed to do something big against the throw. And he is looking at an 11 dart leg. Make that 12.
Game shot on the fifth flag. Bradley
A
Roose.
dozen darter by the deadly Dutchman. Bradley Roose now takes control of this
Sixth flag,
match
it's
and
Bradley to throw
therefore of this
first.
group.
Game on.
One more leg. We'll see. Roose rule the roost, top the table, and book his place at finals night on Saturday at the expense of John Michael.
100.
Yeah, this is brilliant. This really is good. Showing a lot of character, a lot of bottle, a lot of class.
85.
Getting that first start in the treble on a regular basis now.
100.
Doing the damage. Got a feeling right now we probably don't want that camera on John Michael.
24.
Well, we'll see John Michael again, it looks like, for 2 more nights. He'll get a second chance, as all the players will.
100.
Apart from the group winner, which is now looking increasingly like being Bradley Roose. And you have to say, he's been the most consistent over the last 2 days in terms of results.
140.
And he's had that ability to up his game when he's needed to. Not just during days, but during matches.
60. $140. Bradley require 141.
John Michael might be about
45.
to subscribe to the
require
Michael Huntley
112.
fan club. If he can convert double 16.
80.
Whistles past the wire.
Bradley, you require 96.
And now Bradley Roose gets his moment, gets his chance. 96 points stand between him and a place at finals night. 36.
Game shot, undermatch.
And Bradley Roose wins Group A. The defeat against Michael Huntley sees Roose book his place in the Saturday session. He is the first through to finals night, but spare a thought for John Michael, who has held that position all day until right at the very end. His defeat a couple of games ago coming back to bite him when he lost to David Cameron. Michael then did return to the top with a win over Ivo Lexa, but the other Dutchman in the group won his last match to seal that finals night spot. And if you want to hear from the group winner, Bradley Roose, don't go anywhere. Yeah, here we're just arriving actually right now. Bradley Roose, the winner of Group A. Bradley, congratulations. Just sum up how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel really delighted. Was a little bit nervy the last match because yeah, I knew I had to win, but you will just have to do it. So yeah, I feel really happy.
I know, Matt, you've been impressed with Bradley the last couple of days in particular. What have you liked about what he's done?
It's those middle part of the games, that sort of, when it gets to that crunch time, being able to kick on and find that extra gear. We saw that in that game as well. It was 2-2. We said he needs to find a breaker throw from somewhere, and then that massive leg, was 12 dart leg to put himself ahead. Got the advantage of throw in the last. It's that ability to go through the gears. It's what you need at that sort of top level, and he's been showing it in abundance.
Something we have noticed that during games when you maybe haven't been playing so well, suddenly you've been able to find an 11 dart or a 12 darter. What is it that enables you to do that?
Yeah, it's difficult to say because at one point I'm struggling so much, and then at the other point, yeah, I just feel comfortable on the stage. And then again, also in the match against David, and all of a sudden I hit an 11 dart leg and a 12 dart leg in a row. So yeah, I don't know actually what to say right now. So yeah, I'm really happy that I qualified myself for Saturday.
Yeah, he certainly has. The first player through to finals night. Bradley, you've been here before, you've made a final before, so how significant is it for you to do it again and show that it wasn't just a one-off?
Yeah, I really want to get it one step further, because my last two finals here I lost them both. So yeah, I can energize myself up for Saturday, and then I will be back fresh here on Saturday.
Yeah, and this isn't getting any easier, is it? It's really difficult to win a Group A.
Oh, especially this group. This has been a good group. We've got Jim McEwan in there, who's a previous champion here. We've got David Cameron, who's won a TV title before. You know, this was a real tough group to come through. To come through on top of that, it's probably good actually to stay out of the way of groups B and C, because they're probably going to be the same sort of thing as we've been getting in this one, where they're going to be tightly contested. So absolutely, I'd rather be having the days off and just know I've booked my ticket.
Yeah, it's been so close all the way through. Let's just show you the results from today, because things have been changing all the time. For you, Bradley, is there any match there that was really, really significant? Perhaps the win against John Michael, although it was the first game today. Is there any that really stood out for you as massively important?
I think when I lost the match against Ivo, I knew I was 4 points behind, because after me, John won against Mike. And then I saw David winning against John, and then I was saying to myself, it's still actually possible to win the group. So yeah, I did. This one was also really important, because I knew when I saw the schedule in the morning, I knew I had to beat John to actually make a chance. And luckily I did it, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, really important wins. There's been loads of 4-3s in this group as well. So again, having that mentality, you know, you're the youngest player here, but to have that mentality to make sure you win those last leg deciders, that is a good habit to have.
Yeah, that's true. But in the last leg, you always need to stay calm and just see where the darts end up in the board. So I had some luck on my side today, but I think that's also what a player needs sometimes. So yeah, like I said, this group has been really good. When I saw the group at home, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be really tough. But yeah, all the guys are really good people, and so yeah, it was like a good how do you say it? Good energy for the last 3 days. So yeah, really happy.
What was that like in the back room today, though? Because going into today, 5 players could have qualified. Was it a bit quieter this morning? Was it a bit tense?
No, it was actually like the same as the last 2 days. But when John lost against David, he was saying to himself like, "How could I have lost this match?" So I knew he was like in a little bit of a. He was pumped up himself to just win the group, but yeah, I'm really happy and no words to say actually.
Yeah, and it meant, of course, you knew what you needed to do when you went on stage, so that must be a big advantage having it in your own hands rather than being the one in the practice room hoping for a different result.
When you come on stage, you also have to win the match, and I was a little bit struggling in the beginning of the match. I was not happy with how my darts went into the board, but after that, with the $12 break, I knew like I really have this, so yeah, I'm really happy that I also checked the 96 with 2 darts, so yeah.
Yeah, really good finish. Let's have a look at the table then, just to confirm how this group finished up. It'll look good for you, Bradley. Top of it, of course, in the end. Level on points with John Michael. Matthew, it always seemed like it was going to be a group that might be determined by leg difference.
Oh, absolutely. It's been one of those sort of, and we picked up on this sort of the mid part of Tuesday when we was getting a lot of 4-3s, and we said this is going to be one of those groups that goes tight. So everyone was beating everyone, no one was running it away, no one looked likely to sort of go through the card with picking up all the victories, and no one really produced a level of consistency at that very top end that was good enough to resist that sort of consistent base that we got from this group. So it always did seem to come down to the wire. It ultimately has, and I don't think that's the first time we see that. I think we've got very similar groups now in how the players are going to split off, the players that are coming to join us. I think we're going to have this same sort of conversation on Friday about Groups B and C.
Absolutely, but you won't have to be involved in that straight through to Saturday. What's the plan between now and then?
Yeah, just enjoy it. I already qualified for Saturday, but I just want to like keep my arm good for Saturday, so I will practice tomorrow and Friday in the pub next door. So yeah, and just enjoy the moment that I already qualified for Saturday night.
Right, let's take a look at the rest of the week then. This is how the groups break down for it. So Bradley straight through as a Group A winner to finals night. Tomorrow evening, Andy Hamilton, Jeff Smith, Tommy Morris, David Cameron and John Michael. Looks like a very difficult group. And then Group C from 1 p.m, live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel tomorrow afternoon. Jensen Walker, Alan Norris and the ADC qualifier Shane Hayward joining Michael Huntley, Ivo Lexma and Jim McEwan. Look, I'm going to ask you to play pundit for a moment, Bradley. Who do you expect? Just give us 1 or 2 names that you think will be joining you on Saturday.
I think Group B is the toughest one actually, but I think with how John Michael played the last 3 days, I think he will join me on Saturday, and yeah, I think also Jim McEwan, because yeah, he's won the series before, so he knows what he have to do tomorrow and Friday. So yeah, I think those 2 names will for sure join me on Saturday, I think.
You'd make a pundit, wouldn't he? Do you agree with that?
Some good shouts there. I'm really interested to see Jeff Smith coming in as well. He's someone I highlighted at the back end of last year as someone who could come into this, sort of be a face of this product. So it'd be good to see how he adapts to this. I think he's got that consistent base. He loves playing darts all day, every day. So this will really suit him. But Jensen Walker tomorrow afternoon, a young man, just played at the UK Open, 17 years old, picked up a win on the big stage. Really excited to see him tomorrow.
I'll just ask you actually a question about being a young player in the darts world at the moment. Of course, Luke Littler, who won here twice before Jim McEwan took that title, and what he's done has really catapulted the sport into a different sphere. Does that put any extra pressure on you other young players, or is it inspiration for you guys?
Yeah, I think every young player at the moment wants to be as good as Luke Littler is right now, but yeah, I think it also hyped up the sport a lot more because he's now in the Premier League. So, and I think that's good for the young people who are watching the darts and they are like thinking like, yeah, I want to do that also. And yeah, Jensen Walker, I played him a couple of times, but yeah, he's a really good player. So I think everyone needs to watch out for him tomorrow. So yeah, like I said, yeah, it's really inspiration what Luke Littler is doing now. Also on the Pro Tour and on TV. Like he's throwing 9 darters as if it's easy, but yeah, it's really inspiration for all the young dart players at the moment.
Yeah, well, you can rest up and watch the action unfold. We'll see you on Saturday. Well done for winning Group A. Matt, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow, and we hope to see you tomorrow as well. We're back on air at 1 p.m. live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the start of Group C. A double session, of course. Group B gets underway at 10. But in Group A, it was Bradley Roose who ruled the roost.